starting.
Greetings and welcome to our webinar. My name is Professor Ann Karagosian, and it is my privilege as the inaugural director of the Promise Armenian Institute at UCLA to welcome you to our latest international Zoom-based conference. The title of the conference is the Pen Mightier Than the Sword? Historians, Disputed Ownership of History, and Ethnic Conflict in the South Caucasus. This event promises to be a broad yet deep exploration of the role of historians in fanning the flames of ethnic and territorial conflicts across the troubled landscape of the South Caucasus. Historians' pivotal role in such conflicts was most recently and visibly demonstrated in the 44-day war over Artsakh or Nagorno-Karabakh in the fall of 2020, and the ethnic cleansing of a good portion of the region's Armenian population. But there are numerous other examples of the relevance of historians' work to conflicts in this region, from Ossetia and Abkhazia in Georgia to Nakhchivan in Azerbaijan. This conference brings together some of the world's leading authorities to examine the role of historians in such conflicts, to compare and contrast them, and to contemplate how the efforts of thoughtful historians can facilitate peace and conflict resolution in this troubled region. I am so very grateful that Professor Sebu Aslanyan, the inaugural director of the Armenian Studies Center within our Promise Armenian Institute, has crafted such an impressive program for us today. We have a distinguished lineup of scholars who have generously agreed to provide their expertise in the various dimensions of this subject, and we feel confident that no matter your level of expertise or lack thereof in the history of the South Caucasus, you will come to learn and appreciate so much more than what meets the eye in the critical role that historians play in this important yet enigmatic part of the world. I would like to acknowledge the co-sponsorship of this event by the UCLA Richard Hovannisian Endowed Chair in Modern Armenian History, the UCLA Center for Near Eastern Studies, the UCLA Center for European and Russian Studies, the Society for Armenian Studies, and the National Association for Armenian Studies and Research. Thanks to all of these organizations for their contributions to this important event. Professor Aslanyan will provide formal opening remarks as well as the introduction of our keynote speaker in a moment. But let me note that for those of you who are watching live via the Zoom webinar platform, you have an opportunity to send questions to us by clicking on the Q&A button at the bottom portion of your screen and typing in the question. Please be sure to be as specific and succinct as possible in your question, and we will direct as many of the questions as are practical to our speakers at the end of each session. Also, please note that this event is being recorded for future viewing at our Promise Armenian Institute website and YouTube channel. And in the unlikely event that this Zoom webinar drops off for any reason, please just connect right back to the same link, as it will put you back into our Zoom session. And now it gives me great pleasure to turn the conference over to its organizer, Professor Sebu Aslanian of UCLA's Department of History. As I mentioned, Professor Aslanian is the inaugural director of the Armenian Studies Center within the UCLA Promise Armenian Institute, and has been the holder of the Richard Hovannisian Endowed Chair in Modern Armenian History since 2012. Professor Aslanian is the author of the widely acclaimed book, From the Indian Ocean to the Mediterranean, the Global Trade Networks of Armenian Merchants from New Julfa, and has recently completed his second book, Early Modernity and Mobility, Port Cities and Printers Across the Armenian Diaspora, 1512 to 1800, which will appear this year through Yale University Press. So Sebu, I'll now turn this conference over to you.
Well, thank you very much, Anne, for that characteristically warm welcome and generous introduction. Thank you all for being here today, and I have a number of tasks to perform before we set in motion the next couple of days of hopefully very interesting panels. First, I'd like to say a few words about the conference as a whole, maybe take up 10 minutes of your time by giving you a broad kind of tour d'horizon of what the conference seeks to accomplish. And then, of course, I will I'll have the honor of introducing our keynote speaker, Dr. Victor Schnirelman. So, but first, before doing my introduction, let me take some time in thanking the one person without whom this conference could not have been brought together, and that is, of course, our very own Deputy Director, Hasmik Bagdasaryan of the Promise Institute. Those who have been involved in the conference know that she has been working behind the scenes as usual in collating all these papers together, coordinating our disjointed communications, and making possible this event today. So I'm very grateful to you, Hasmik, for everything you've done. And I'm also grateful to my colleague, Anne Karagosian, the director of the Promise Institute. And most of all, I'm grateful to all the people, the participants, colleagues, and friends alike who accepted the invitation to be here today, despite, in some cases, the late, tardy nature of that invitation itself. So I'm really grateful for all of them for being here. And now, without much delay, let me say a few words about the conference as a whole. And I will begin by referring to a very important work on the history of the Caucasus, or of Karabakh, Artsakh, depending on what your preference is in terms of nomenclature. And that is a work published in 1902 titled The History of the Albanians, or Batmutyun Aghvanits, published in 1902 in Tiflis by the Armenian scholar and archbishop and specialist of the history of the South Caucasus and its populations, Markar Barkhutaryans. In this work, Barkhutaryans describes Karabakh or Artsakh, known to many people under its former geographic label of Caucasian Albania, as one populated by sheer diversity of ethnic, religious, racial, and other populations. And I quote a passage that stood out for me from this book. Quote, "No country has ever been so crammed with such a wide variety of tribes and dialects as the land of Albania, Arvanits Ashkar," the archbishop wrote. Barkhutaryans' cosmopolitan vision of his ancient homeland was, of course, nothing new. The idea of the Caucasus as a petri dish for ethno-linguistic diversity is as old as the ancient Greek mariners and finds its most celebrated expression in the work of the 10th century Arab geographer al-Masudi, who referred to the region famously as Jabal al-Arsun, or the Mountain of Tongues. The demographic diversity and polyglossia of that Barkhudarians noted as a hallmark of his rugged homeland is no less true for other areas of the South Caucasus. The fact that the South Caucasus is a mountain of tongues where Armenians, Georgians, Caucasian Albanians, Arabs, Turks, Mongols, Azerbaijanis, Russians, and I'm sure many others have lived cheek by jowl, not for centuries, but for millennia, and have shared during this long history elements of a vernacular regional culture and mutually recognizable cultural practices in a place widely known for some scholars as an area of cultural miscegenation, might lead one to conclude that this region would be a paragon for peaceful convivencia for the rest of the world. After all, most of the communities residing here, despite their cultural differences, have shared multiple codes of conduct in common, from the earliest imperial Iranian cultural practices as transmitted through the Parthians and the Sasanians, to the later Persianate adab, to a more Turkish lingua franca in the early modern period that served as the basis of the poetic contribution of the Armenian Ashur, Ashuk, Gusan, troubadour known as Sayat Nova, who exemplified in his own person in the late 18th century the transculturation of the troubled region's Protean identities. Yet, rather than offer up a world known for its accommodation of difference, the South Caucasus has witnessed as many episodes of violence and ethnic cleansing, especially over the last century, as it has of convivencia, or even its more mild-mannered concept, convenienza. So why should this be the case? Why should a region known for richness of ethnic diversity and shared overlapping identities be a place infamous for extreme ethnic conflict and violence? The panels today and tomorrow do not pretend to offer any easy solutions to these thorny questions. However, I hope that they will invite us to search for possible answers to these questions by training our focus not on primordial attachments or natural inclinations for violence, which in most cases are artificially induced, but by focusing on the ideology and practice of the nation state and its exclusionary logic in the writing of history through its hegemonic lens. As several Sovietologists, some of whom with us today have noted, including Ron Sunny, Terry Martin, and most recently, our keynote lecturer, Victor Schnirelman, as these scholars have demonstrated, the profession of history and its practitioners have often been at the forefront in the trenches of ethnic conflicts and cleansings from the Balkans to the former Soviet Union. In Eric Hobsbawm's memorable phrase, quote, historians are to nationalism what poppy growers in Pakistan are to heroin addicts. They supply the essential raw material for the market. Nations without a past are contradictions in terms. What makes a nation is the past. What justifies one nation against others is the past, and historians are the people who produce it, unquote. As some of the presenters in the panels that follow will no doubt elucidate, the role of historians in the South Caucasus in directly shaping ethnic conflict was particularly facilitated by a specific set of practices and institutional arrangements known today as Soviet nationality policy. Beginning as early as the 1920s and 30s, Soviet authorities not only encouraged nativization or korenizatsiya of the local cadre of national elites ruling each Soviet republic, but also facilitated and encouraged nation-building Soviet style through the work of national historiography in each republic. As the late Mark Saroyan noted in his classic study of 1991, this issue or this policy had a very strong territorial thrust or dimension. It was predicated on the idea that all the territory inside the borders of a republic had to be regarded as the national territory of the titular nationality. That is to say, the nationality that controlled the state and cultural apparatuses in a given Soviet republic. In other words, Armenians being the titular nationality of Armenia, Soviet Armenia, Azeris being the same for Azerbaijan, Georgians for Georgia. So this would include, this would include areas inhabited. The idea of projecting a national history would include areas inhabited by minorities, such as the Armenians in Karabakh, but there are, of course, no shortage of minorities in the region, as I have tried to demonstrate. As an objective, this type of nation building was aimed at establishing the cultural, political, and historical hegemony of the titular nationality in each republic. To pursue this objective, each Soviet republic had to adopt strategies of nationalizing its territory, culture, and history, especially in the 1960s. This took shape in the republication of previously banned historical novels, new novels of the same genre, the multiplication and proliferation of national encyclopedias, and especially of national literature, and particularly national histories or historiographies, official histories of the titular nation. Here, of course, Saroyan explains with a focus on Azerbaijan how this strategy of nationalizing the past functioned in real terms. And I quote here from his essay: historiography was produced backwards from the current connection between nationality and territory. As a result, the officially canonized history of the titular nationality and that of the republic became virtually interchangeable. Azerbaijani historians produced histories of Azerbaijan in the medieval period based not on the historical facts of an a priori national state, but on the assumption that the genealogy of present-day Azerbaijani Republic could be traced in terms of a putative ethnic territorial continuity, unquote. I'm sure that the case that Saroyan highlights in this study of his is replicated across the South Caucasus and other regions, and perhaps some of our speakers today will at least shine some light on that, on those areas. So spurred by the violence and monument destruction occasioned by the 44-day war over Karabakh or Artsakh in 2020, this symposium brings together some of the world's leading authorities to examine the role of historians in fanning the flames of ethnic territorial conflict across this troubled landscape. Examining case studies from the region as a whole, scholars will present comparative, connective, and other histories and focus on how the historian's craft and its proponents have been implicated in the incitement to violence and conflict and the destruction of cultural heritage. Topics to be included today and tomorrow, to be discussed today and tomorrow include Soviet nationality policy, the production of national histories for the South Caucasian nationalities, standardization of curricula in each republic, and we will conclude our gathering tomorrow with a plenary roundtable discussion where we will have speakers discuss for 10 minutes apiece their thoughts on how historians in the region can possibly help in a future resolution of the area's troubled conflicts and hopefully promote real convivencia before too long. So now it is my distinct pleasure to introduce to you our keynote speaker for today. Our keynote lecturer today is Dr. Viktor Schnirelman, who is a director of history and a senior researcher at the Institute of Ethnology and Anthropology at the Russian Academy of Sciences in Moscow. Dr. Schnirelman's scholarly field is broad and includes cultural anthropology, as well as nationalism, racism, ethnic conflicts, and neo-paganism, social memory, and politics of the past in the Soviet and post-Soviet worlds. He is the author of more than 500 scholarly publications, including over 30 books, some of which are too long to mention, but I will only mention the most notable ones in English at least. These include The Myth of the Khazars, Intellectual Anti-Semitism in Russia, 1970s to 1990s. The work titled The Value of the Past, Myths, Identities, and Politics in Transcaucasia, one in which he covers many of these disputes in granular detail. And of course, his work, Who Gets the Past? Competition for Ancestors Among Non-Russian Intellectuals in Russia. Dr. Schnirelman has been gracious enough to accept our invitation to give this keynote, and I now invite him to the podium to deliver his lecture, which is titled Images of the Past and Conflicts of the Present. Dr. Schnirelman, the floor is now yours. Thank you very much, everyone, for listening.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I'm really grateful for this generous invitation to give a talk today. This is really an honor for me, but I feel somewhat uncomfortable with that. We still can see each other only through screen. I guess that we are so tired of Zoom conferences during the last 2 years. What is more pleasant is that we can see each other without these ugly medical masks. What is good, this is a good omen, I guess, for future. So anyway, I have to turn to my talk. Nowadays, a social and political status of ethnic minorities is a hot issue worldwide. Evidently, it is not easy to overcome a colonial legacy overnight, which makes a dominant majority to claim or to practice superiority. In particular, a view of the past shared by the majority carves a way to an education system and mass media. At the same time, a view of the past is an important resource of ethnic minorities, which helps them to gain social and political rights. That is why the views of the past are more attractive for ethnic minorities who feel disenfranchised in the multi-ethnic states than for the dominant majority whose well-being is safely secured by the state. Ethnic minorities value the past which preceded colonization on the rates of a resistance against the invaders or oppressors. They are attracted with a view of the ancestors who firstly enjoyed freedom and were building their own future themselves up to an establishment of the state, and secondly, revolted and fought against foreign power. Thirdly, nowadays, victimization plays a great role, which refers to the past national catastrophe, including a defeat in the war, an establishment of the foreign rule and oppression, and so on, which lets one hope for retribution. This is also characteristic of small nations, which grew out of the shatters of the former large empires. All those views legitimate a right to one's own state and sovereignty. That is why, whereas the Western nation find it sufficient to legitimate their political status with a reference to recent history, the new national states, which emerged after collapse of the empire, are obsessed with a longer genealogy. They are tirelessly searching for their remote ancestors in the deep past. And if the historical narratives do not fit into the desired requirements, or one can't find desired ancestors at all, it is still possible to build up a myth of the past. Indeed, this demand is met with historical documents, which are suffering from gaps and obscurity and need an interpretation. The Soviet scholars have faced all these issues at the perestroika period and era of glasnost, when the censorship was eliminated and the freedom of speech arrived. This was immediately followed by a storm of an alternative history, and the general public got stuck to the views of the past. A mobilization of historical memory was caused by a systemic crisis. However, interethnic tensions were growing up in the USSR in the late 1980s, which sometimes caused grave ethnopolitical conflicts and even bloody wars justified by ethno-national ideologies, which employed the past as it was imagined by indigenous intellectuals. While being based on the same historical data and utilizing the common methodologies, the scholars from neighboring republics arrived to different and sometimes opposite conclusions on the past of their own people and their neighbors. Even more so, the deviant views of history, which deviated from the strictly controlled official dogma, began to be constructed long before perestroika and were developed throughout all the Soviet period. The revisionist history, which was developed in the regions in the critical years of perestroika, based itself on the earlier views and can be scrutinized and evaluated without their analysis. A spectacular success of the alternative historians was met in the professional milieu with apprehension and disquiet, which rapidly turned into hostility. Many specialists refused to consider their activity and took it as a populist trash inevitable in the field of mass culture. While putting themselves to unattainable attitude, the scholarly mandarins flattered themselves with an image of iconic thinkers and ignored a danger of marginalization in the environment of total kitsch. However, whereas some of them just ignored the activity of the alternative historians, the others openly expressed an indignation and accused them of a distortion of historical truth, scholarly excesses, amateur approach, lack of professional knowledge, and the like. The third ones responded with keen satire and attempted to provide the unwilling competitors with the laughable or unsightly images. However, a stream of alternative history didn't dry, and quite to the contrary, the new names were added to the rows of neophytes. Not only they successfully defended themselves, but went over to the offensive and accused professionals of a subsequent service for the discredited authorities and even a collaboration with secret services, as well as uncritical usage of obsolete colonial and imperial schemes. In my view, demonizing of alternative history is less productive, much more effective if its analysis and an inevitable part of contemporary popular culture as a variety of postmodern folklore, which is developed by well-trained urbanized intellectuals or ethnic entrepreneurs. By contrast to specialists, they had different motives and were interested in historical data for a justification of their often transcendental ideas or political projects rather than for a search of any scholarly truth. Hence, one deals with an instrumental usage of a code language for a discussion of hot contemporary issues in terms of symbolic politics. This activity aimed at certain political or ethno-national interests, which went far beyond any scholarship. These interests were thoroughly veiled with a symbolic language, which allowed to discuss uneasy contemporary problems by bringing the consumers up to the remote past. In this context, the remote ancestors, together with the features inscribed to them, proved to be a moral standard for their contemporary descendants and legitimated certain political projects, including a right to their own state and its territorial borders. Hence, there is hot issue of a social and political function of history. Indeed, new historical data not only disseminate historical knowledge, but, regardless of scholars' willingness, serve for certain political projects. The very Republican status in the USSR had to have some justifications, namely certain original language, ethnic culture, and a view of the past, which tied people to the given territory. At the same time, once per 10 to 15 years, the campaigns of a struggle against nationalism were launched. Many intellectuals, including historians, were victims of them. That is why the historians had to be very careful in presenting their concerns with the state of their people and their future. It is for this goal that they used a code language. They were less prone to discuss a recent tragic past, for example, deportation of certain peoples. These sort of topics were taboo, and the Soviet censorship strictly controlled this field. That is why in their search for former heroic feats and glory, indigenous intellectuals addressed medieval period or pre-revolutionary past. But this was also not secure, as since the mid-20th century, the Soviet censors were suspicious and had zero tolerance towards recollections of both revolts and a struggle for freedom against imperial power, as well as attempts to glorify blood-minded medieval original rulers who put to sword neighboring people. At the same time, a legitimation of Republican status demanded for an addressing the past, since every titular people had to have their own original history, which justified their right to political subjectivity within the established territorial borders. This was covered by symbolic politics, which thus emerged early in the Soviet period. It is under this environment that scholars' role proved to be ambivalent, as one faces a dilemma and has to make a choice between a scholarly paradigm and interests of one's own people. Thus, a double loyalty makes one choose between scholarly ethics and ethnopolitical values. Indeed, scholarly ethics and methodology often contradict nationalist political demands and interests. Hence, alternative or revisionist history emerged. This was especially important in ethnic environment, which was very sensitive to ethnic competition and discrimination. Being unable to express their views openly, indigenous intellectuals developed a special metaphorical language which formally appealed to the past, but in fact referred to the flawed present and the dreams of the rightful future. Within the code language, the views, sometimes quite fantastic ones, of the remote past had to foster self-esteem to overcome a traumatic memory and effectively oppose what was or was looked discrimination. In this context, the remote ancestors were imagined as not the shadows of the past, but liveful agents of the future who called forward to new achievements. Thus, ancestors and their glorious past became forceful political symbols aimed at social consolidation and mobilization. What the Soviet ideologues treated as unacceptable romanticization of history proved to be a compelling need of ethnic groups who were short of psychotherapy and wanted to clean a room for themselves under a grimy son of the harsh regime rather than a freak of some airmongers. As a result, one reveals that a romantic image of a senseless academic historical art is loaded with interests and emotions which somehow affect historical constructions. That is why well-known specialists, rather than only amateur authors, are involved into crafting a national myth. What is even more revealing is that sometimes historians became acting politicians and quite consciously occupied themselves with nation building. But more frequently, one deals with historiographic nationalism, which intentionally construct useful myth for the nation. That is why one has to consider special ethno-national interests which foster motives for building up certain views of the past, crafting their way far beyond their scientific plausibility. This trick is possible because the rather complicated issues of remote history have a very poor documentary base. Thus, it allows various interpretations and suggests a choice which may be predetermined by political interests. One shouldn't oversimplify an aforementioned ideological demand. Indeed, whereas sometimes there were direct orders of the authorities, in other cases, a trigger could arrive from the milieu itself as a response to certain vital events. A scholar felt this with his or her civil instinct and chose a research theme and language for its analysis with respect to this challenge. Hence, even specialists can't avoid ethno-national emotions. In this context, one deals not only with direct intentions and sometimes not only with them, and not with them at all. As Ronald Sunny pointed out, I quote, people may act rationally to realize their preferences, but those preferences are intimately tied to the identities that people have constructed or that have been constructed for them. End of the quote. However, identity is built up at different foundation and is viewed in a different way in different ethnic milieu. For example, whereas the Armenians make an emphasis on the vernacular, the Azeri people value a local territory most of all and stick to local identity. As a result, the Azeri authors practice local identity not only for themselves, but also for their neighbors, the Armenians most of all. Therefore, where the Armenians found doubtless relationship based on the common language, the Azeri suspected a trick and manipulation because they themselves appreciated a place of birth and a habitat, while considering language as something circumstantial and frayed. The popular views of the past are crafted with respect to just this sort of beliefs. It's sometimes insufficient and inadequate to criticize alternative history within historiography alone. Indeed, one should cross its borders and analyze under which political environment and who in particular is building up the views of the past, which are the goals of the political struggle manifested by them, and how popular views of the past inform a development and an implementation of political projects. What is really important is not a substantiation or doubtfulness of a given view of the past, but its instrumental role in context of the current political struggle. It is in this context that the past serves for a legitimation of the contemporary political ambitions, independence, autonomy, social benefits, access to vital resources, like financial, economic, educational, religion, cultural, and the like. Two main arguments are mostly used to achieve these goals. Firstly, it is important to prove far back ties between the ancestors and the given territory, which justifies an indigenous status. Secondly, an early state should be found which underlines a capability of the people to run their own state. Quite often, the scholars have to make a choice between autochthonism, which makes the remote ancestors the doubtless owners of the territory, and a theory of migration, which shifts an emphasis on the mightiness and heroism of the ancestors' conquerors. In the late 20th century, after the colonial empires have collapsed, many newly established states preferred the autochthonic paradigm. It is this trend which one reveals in the Armenian, Georgian, and Abkhazian historiographies. The Azeri historiography demonstrates more complicated pattern. In the Soviet period, there were oscillations from the theory of migration to autochthonism and back up to the point where finally the scholars suffered a schism between advocates of autochthonism who searched for their ancestors in Caucasian Albania and proponents of the theory of migration, who praised pan-Turkic history. The Ossetian historiography secured loyalty to the theory of migration, which allowed to maintain a memory of the heroic Scythian and Sarmatian past. In addition, all those schools contained all the marginal but telling ultra-revisionist view, which pushed the ancestors to that remote past, where language and culture merged with biology up to the point where it was impossible to distinguish them. Hence, there are curious cases when certain intellectuals find Paleolithic ancestors for their own people. Colonial and post-colonial environment, a confrontation with other states or neighboring people, a struggle for national independence, all this leads to a mobilization of historical memory and demands for presentation of a glorious image of the remote ancestors whose great feats have to fascinate and inspire their descendants. In this context, a nationalist ideology makes indigenous scholars first put an emphasis on those historical processes or events which can foster pride among their people. Secondly, building up an image of the enemy while filling it with negative connotations and describing it negative characteristics which are rejected by the given culture. And thirdly, depict history in terms of confrontation as though it was eternal. Contrary to what the Soviet ideologues expected, common history by no means made people closer, but on the contrary, divided them, because while referring to remote ancestors, they usually found themselves on the opposite side of the front line. A search for the remote ancestors leads one to ethnogenetic mythology, because many contemporary nations were shaped comparatively recently, usually during the last 100 or 200 years. To be sure, certain languages and cultural traditions have much deeper roots, but they developed in quite a different milieu, a different historical and cultural environment, and their bearers partly merged with each other, partly assimilated, and partly disappeared entirely. affirmation of the contemporary ethnic groups was a very complex process. That is why, to craft an image of the remote glorious ancestors, one has sometimes to appropriate the alien past. Even neighboring people who were evidently of the same origin and who had common ancestors did all the best to deny their relationships and used to build up special historical constructions which radically differed them from their neighbors. According to the data in hand, all this led to interethnic tensions and instigated a struggle for the same ancestors. Thus, ethnogenesis became a political science and a weapon in the regional culture wars. Hence, there is an ideology of confrontation which played a great role in recent bloody conflicts in the Caucasus, which consequences are still not overcome. Finally, what can specialists make to improve the situation? In my view, an approach to ancient past should be radically revised. It shouldn't be viewed through ethnic glasses, because this causes a mythologization of the remote past. A problem is not only with a civic responsibility and carefulness, but firstly, with the heterogeneous composition of the contemporary people and plurality of ancestors, and second, with that ethnic groups as they are viewed nowadays, that is, as cultural and linguistic entities, were non-existent in the primeval past and in the early medieval period, where identity was built up on quite a different foundation. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you very much, Dr. Schnirelman. That was a very stimulating talk, and I'm sure we will have occasions to revisit it with questions that will be formulated for you as well as others later on. So for the rest of you, for the audience members, I wanted to reiterate Dr. Karagosian's point originally when she introduced the conference, and that is that I would like you to post your questions to the speakers, either our keynote, and especially from now on with the panels themselves. Post the questions in the Q&A function at the bottom of your screen, and we will get to as many of them as possible. So address them to specific speakers or the panels later on, and we will curate them and ask them ourselves to the speakers for them to respond. So having said this now, let us, for the time being, since I don't see any questions for Dr. Schnirelman, it's too early perhaps. People will have a chance to gather their thoughts and cobble questions later on. I think for the time being, we should proceed with our business at hand of launching the first panel, and we will make sure to keep in our minds the question that we will keep in our minds the issues that Victor Schnirelman was kind enough to raise for us. So actually now I do, so make the questions also as general as possible and not specific in terms of items that you're looking to have an answer for in terms of where they're located or what passages were quoted by what scholar at some point. So with that in mind, I now I will now turn over our floor to my colleague, Victor Agajanian, who will introduce the speakers for our first panel, who will enlighten us on the question of the Russian conquest of the region of the Caucasus and how, in particular, afterwards, Soviet nationality policy was handled by the Soviet Soviet descendants of the Russian Empire. So with that in place, I will now introduce Dr. Agajanian. And Victor Agajanian, of course, is professor at the Department of Sociology, one of my colleagues at UCLA, a recent member here. He is a professor of sociology and focuses on a number of issues involving the Soviet Union and Armenia and larger post-Soviet space. These issues include study of migration, marriage and family, sexual and reproductive health, ethnicity and religion in other parts of the Soviet Union and elsewhere in the globalized world. So thank you, Victor, for moderating this session. Please introduce the panel speakers one by one. Each speaker, of course, has 20 minutes to speak, and we will collect questions afterwards, and both Victor, myself, and others, we will curate those questions for our speakers. It's a very exciting panel on a very important set of issues that will hopefully contextualize the rest of the conference. So, Victor, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sevos, for this is certainly an honor and a privilege and a pleasure to chair this exciting panel and to be more generally part of this very important conference. So this first panel is, as you know, on Russian imperial expansion and Soviet nationality policy. We have three speakers and a discussant, and I will introduce the first speaker. And it is Professor Stephen Badalian-Rigg, who's assistant professor of history at Texas A&M University. And his research focuses broadly on modern Europe, the Russian Empire, and the Caucasus more specifically. He recently published a book that already won several awards, and the book examines the relationship between the Romanov Empire and the Armenian diaspora. He also published several articles and has conducted archival work in different parts of the former Soviet Union, Yerevan, Moscow, St. Petersburg, and Tbilisi. And his presentation title is Ascending the Mountain of Tongues, Russia's annexation of the South Caucasus and its implications. Stephen?
Thank you very much, Dr. Agajanian. Thank you very much to Dr. Aslanyan and the other organizers of the conference. It really is a pleasure to be here. And I also want to say a quick thank you to the audience. It's really nice to see such a large turnout on this beautiful Friday, wherever you are. So let me begin by explaining that my presentation outlines the general contours of Russia's annexation of the South Caucasus, the Tsarist government's engagement with the local populations, and the key characteristics of early Soviet policy toward the region's main ethno-national groups. The 18th century was bookended by the first Russian attempts to establish footholds in the South Caucasus, which was a puzzle board of kingdoms, khanates, and principalities that nominally accepted either Ottoman or Persian claims, but in practice held on to cultural and even political autonomy. Peter the Great viewed the region not as a goal in and of itself, but a springboard for Russian commercial contacts with the East, especially in Bukhara and India. Catherine the Great resumed Russia's interest in the South Caucasus, viewing it not as a stepping stone to the bazaars of the East, but as a strategic bridgehead for her Greek project. She followed Peter's precedent in employing Georgian and Armenian volunteer units against Ottoman forces in the War of 1768-1774, and also strengthened political, commercial, and intellectual relations with Christian elites in the 1780s. The Treaty of Georgievsk of 1783 which placed the Eastern Georgian kingdom of Kartli-Kakheti under nominal Russian protection, is often overshadowed by the events of 1795, when the Persian army sacked Tiflis, carried away thousands of Georgians and Armenians into slavery, and severely tarnished Russia's image as a guarantor of those people's safety. Yet the Bagratids of Georgia and the Armenian Meliks of Karabakh and other khanates had no choice but to continue their pro-Russian posture. Stuck in a vice between Ottoman and Persian demands for tribute and their cultural encroachments, as well as the debilitating raids of Dagestani highlanders from the northeast, the Christian rulers of the South Caucasus continued to dispatch to St. Petersburg delegations and letters that begged for more permanent forms of Russian protection. In 1801, Tsar Alexander I opened a new chapter in Russo-Caucasian history by outright annexing the kingdom of Kartli-Kakheti into the empire, dethroning the Bagratids, and initiating a long process of territorial expansion in the region. By 1829, Russia emerged from wars with Persia and the Ottoman Empire as the new imperial master of the South Caucasus. From 1829 until 1917, the international borders of the South Caucasus shifted only in the wake of the Russo-Ottoman War of 1877-78, which provided Russia with its last territorial acquisition in the Caucasus, Ajara, as well as decades-long control over parts of Eastern Anatolia. During the revolutionary upheaval of World War I, nominally independent governments sprouted at the outbreak of civil war in mid-1918, shifting furiously from one form of regional confederation to another. From April 1920 to February 1921, the three South Caucasian republics fell under or embraced Bolshevik control. The mechanisms of Russian imperialism evolved from region to region and era to era, driven by a perpetual pursuit of the elusive goals of socio-political stability and economic vitality. Specialists generally agree that a favorite tool of Romanov expansion was the co-optation of local elites that came on the heels of a violent conquest. This process occurred alongside administrative standardization and institutional centralization. The result was the toleration of ethnocultural heterogeneity within the confines of bureaucratic conformity. Difference, defined usually in religious but also in ethnic or cultural terms, was a fact to be recognized and accommodated, not feared and confronted. Indeed, Russia's imperial rights regime succeeded in granting contingent privileges to distinct groups based on their collaboration with Tsarist aims. Yet the liminal identities and standings of groups was a hallmark of Russian society. Russia's encounter with the three major ethno-national groups of the South Caucasus in the long 19th century is remarkable for the full array of imperial tools employed by Tsarist agents in pursuit of dominance, stability, and growth. Russian perceptions of Armenian, Georgian, and Muslim cultural familiarity, political reliability, and their engagement or lack thereof with various intra- and inter-imperial networks guided St. Petersburg's calculations. At first glance, in the Russian perception of Armenians, Georgians, and Muslims, we see what the post-colonial era has conditioned us to expect from an encounter between a European empire and its non-European subjects. General Pavel Tsityanov, the Russian-born ethnic Georgian general who was one of the first commanders of Tsarist forces in the South Caucasus in the 19th century, set a tone for reductive Russian perceptions of regional natives that the golden age of Russian literature soon absorbed and disseminated. Tsitsanov insisted to his superiors, quote, "In an Asiatic, nothing is as effective as fear as a natural consequence of force. Thus, in my opinion, for at least 30 years, fear, sternness, fairness, justice, and selflessness must be the characteristics of the local administration," end quote. Yet the practical necessities of modern imperialism compelled even this hybrid agent of empire to rely on the cooperation of local Georgian and Armenian communities in his war against Persians. Several of Tsitsanov's successors, such as the first viceroy, Mikhail Vorontsov, espoused more nuanced attitudes toward the peoples within their jurisdiction. Georgians occupied a particularly liminal position in the Russian political imagination of the 19th century. Ethno-linguistically different while culturally and ecumenically familiar, Georgian society came closest to Russian conceptions of civilizational refinement. Tsarist agents respected the social prestige, if not the wealth, of the Georgian aristocracy, but reported with consternation that nobles languished in vassal-like relations to the dynastic princes. If the 1811 Russian decision to abrogate the autocephaly of the Georgian Orthodox Church, a fellow member of Eastern Orthodoxy, buttressed the complaints of the small but vocal anti-Russian segment of Georgian elites, then the 1827 edict equalizing all Georgian nobles with their Russian peers mollified the majority. While in the first half of the 1800s, periodic disturbances by Georgian aristocrats and peasants rattled the Russo-Georgian equilibrium, in the second half of the century, the Georgian elite embraced its identity as a loyal service nobility that shared power with Russian administrators. By the turn of the 20th century, Georgian Social Democrats stood out as the most effective Marxist organization in the Russian Empire and founders of the first legal Marxist newspaper in Tsarist Russia. To Georgian radicals in the early 1900s, the traditional concerns of the national intelligentsia remained resonant. Emphasis on literacy, self-help programs, and the preeminence of the Georgian culture and language became more vocal after 1905 as the Georgian radicals drifted away from the internationalism of the Mensheviks and remained practically uninvolved with Bolshevism. Many parallels and several sharp contrasts mark the Armenian encounter with Russia from the Georgian case. For much of the 19th century, Russian officials saw in Armenians of the South Caucasus a fount of far-reaching political and economic benefits. The strategic cooperation of Armenian meliks, clergy, and peasant volunteers during the two Russo-Persian wars, compounded by fables of Armenian mercantile prowess and Russian dreams of Echmiadzin's inter-imperial influence, cemented in the Tsar's political imagination an image of the Armenian nation as its indispensable regional ally. This was always a complex relationship, exemplified by the simultaneous privileges and restrictions placed upon the Catholicos by the Statute of 1836, but the general Russian posture toward Armenians until the last quarter of the 19th century was accommodating. Yet the reverberations of the Eastern question and the plight of Western Armenians shook the foundations of the Russo-Armenian political symbiosis with the rise of Armenian nationalist parties and the heavy-handed reaction of rightist Russian officials. The pan-imperial turn toward Russification and the fanatical pursuit of real and imagined revolutionaries into the deepest crevices of the borderlands resulted in the confiscation of Echmiadzin's properties in 1903. Their return 2 years later soothed the unprecedented anti-Russian agitation of the global Armenian diaspora, but the harm to the relationship was deep. In the early decades of the 19th century, the political fate of the Shia Muslims of the South Caucasus rested on the calculations of their Khans, who tried to maintain their autonomy while proclaiming loyalty simultaneously to the encroaching Russian and Persian armies. After the Tsar's conquest, the cultural separation between Russians and Muslims was more pronounced to either side and to third parties than the gulf between Russians and Georgians or Russians and Armenians. In the imperial imagination that held religious identity as a greater indicator of political reliability than ethnicity or culture, not all Aziatsi, Inarodsi, or Tuzemtsi, Asiatics, aliens, and natives, stood on equal footing. Some historians in the West and historians in Eurasia, have argued that the Muslims of the South Caucasus endured greater cultural censorship, more invasive military administrations, and stricter religious restrictions, including officially prohibited but de facto tolerated Russian Orthodox proselytization than did their Christian neighbors. Economic engagement rather than conflict served as the fulcrum of Russian-Muslim contact in the South Caucasus. From the 1830s to the oil boom of the late 1800s, even those Russian officials such as Finance Minister Igor Gangrin, who viewed the South Caucasus as nothing more than a colonial outpost to be stripped of its natural resources, thought of the Caspian coast as a producer of manufactured goods, such as silk and later kerosene, that could be exported from Baku to consumers in Russian cities, as well as Western European markets. Still, the native Muslims who occupied the low-skilled positions in the booming regional economy benefited from industrialization less than their Russian, Armenian, and Swedish or French managers. The collective frustration Muslims felt at the turn of the 20th century at the fact that Armenians stood out as some of the wealthier oilmen and merchants in Baku, while Russians held the political reins, led to inter-ethnic conflict and to the coalescence of a proletarian Azerbaijani consciousness that would soon receive an external boost to articulate its modern national identity. The October Revolution brought a new regime that was internationalist in aspiration, inter-ethnic in composition, and it would later emerge constructivist in nationalities policy. As ardent anti-imperialists, the Bolsheviks harnessed the fervor of decolonization while seeking to use the vast territory and diverse population of the defunct Russian Empire as the foundation for a centralized socialist state. Lenin insisted that class would trump nationalism only if and when national identity was given space to mature and then atrophy on the new society's path to communism. The Bolshevik leadership reasoned that by tolerating the forms of nationhood, the Soviet state could turn above-class national solidarities into class-based antagonisms between national elites and their masses, thus exploiting newly widened cleavages and recruiting national proletarian and peasant allies for the Soviet socialist project. This agenda required the creation of a dozen national republics and tens of thousands of national territories. By 1923, the Leninist-Stalinist state granted each titular republic and ethno-national group a national language, even where no written language had existed before. New national cadre were trained and placed into authoritative positions in each republic's party, government, education, and industry. Non-Russian identities were celebrated at the expense of Russian culture because the greater danger principle held that, quote, non-Russian nationalism was a defensive response to the experience of Russian great power or imperial chauvinism, end quote. Garinizatsiya, or indigenization, shined as the crown jewel of the Soviet nationalities policy until at least 1932. This affirmative action empire, as Terry Martin has famously called it, embraced the differentiated rule that is a staple of all imperial regimes, while overturning the long-standing Russian domination of the society's institutions and culture. As the progress of linguistic Garinizatsiya faltered in 1929-1930, despite Stalin's support of it, there were only 2 republics in the Soviet Union where local conditions had facilitated the type of rapid implementation of the policy that Lenin and Stalin had imagined years earlier: Georgia and Armenia. By 1932, preferential treatment in university admissions remained one of the last key components of Garinizatsiya, and thus necessitated a formal list of eligible and ineligible groups. Of the former empire's roughly 120 ethno-national minorities, the Soviet government identified 97 quote-unquote culturally backward kulturno отсталые peoples who were designated for affirmative action. This admirably inclusive list, which placed Azerbaijanis alongside Greeks, Koreans, Chechens, and many others, was based on Soviet perceptions, many of them inherited from their Romanov predecessors, of those people's socio-cultural maturation, such as literacy rates, a literary language, gender relations, piousness, nomadism, and the lack of national cadre in the Soviet political structure. Only the peoples of the Western borderlands, all 3 Eastern Slavic nations, Jews, and Armenians and Georgians stood out in this system as quote-unquote cultured and thus not subject to preferential treatment. The bottom line is that throughout the 1920s and 1930s, Georgians and Armenians were part of an exclusive club that attained authoritative positions in the All-Union Party and central government, while Azerbaijanis and other quote-unquote Eastern peoples enjoyed less social mobility and held fewer central positions. Indeed, Yuri Sleskin has pointed out that only Georgia approached Armenia's success in implementing Garinizatsiya. Azerbaijan, weighed down by a history of Persian cultural integration and then Russian socio-political marginalization, fared worse in this revolutionary age of nation building. Today, Azerbaijani scholars not only accuse Romanov and Soviet imperialists of seeking to Christianize the South Caucasus at Azerbaijani expense, but they also dispute Sheila Fitzpatrick's assertion that, quote, Azerbaijan is the most egregious example of the Soviet invention of tradition with regard to nationality, and Azerbaijanis were particularly ruthless in dealing with the republic's lesser non-titular nationalities, end quote. In the final analysis, the ardently anti-imperialist Bolsheviks borrowed heavily from the toolkit of Romanov statecraft. In the Russian Empire and the Soviet Union, subjects and citizens belonged to legal categories that both entitled them to privileges and burdened them with penalties. In the Romanov system, those categories revolved around soslovia, estates, and religious and ethnic designations, while during the Soviet experiment, the markers of difference were class and nationality. The legacy of imperial rule in the South Caucasus continues to manifest itself in the bombastic hubris, cautious partnerships, and bloody conflicts that have characterized the region's 21st century. The Karabakh, Abkhazian, and South Ossetian conflicts can be viewed as the last throes of the long Soviet collapse, but the ostensible demise of empires only lessened rather than lifted the capacity of Russians, Turks, and Iranians to shape the geopolitical fates of Armenians, Azerbaijanis, and Georgians. Thank you very much, everyone. I apologize for going over time.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Steve, for this very illuminating, thought-provoking presentation. Our next speaker is Professor Ronald Grigorsuni. He is the William Sewell Jr. Distinguished Professor of History and also Professor of Political Science at the University of Michigan, and also Emeritus Professor of Political Science and History at the University of Chicago. He's published several influential and award-winning books on various aspects and episodes of Russian and Soviet history, which have received numerous awards, as I said. Much of Professor Suni's work has focused on non-Russian nationalities of the Russian Empire and the Soviet Union, particularly those in the South Caucasus, in Armenia, Azerbaijan, and Georgia. And his work has examined how multinationality, ethnic divides, and conflicts, nation-making shaped the state and society of Imperial Russia and later Soviet Russia. Soviet Union. Professor Suni's presentation today is Primordial Poppy Growers and the War on Drugs, Historians and the Soviet Empire Production Nations. Ron?
Thank you,
Please.
Victor. I thank Victor, I thank the other Victor, and I thank the organizers of the conference, and of course, Hasmik, the ever-competent Hasmik, and Anna and Sebu. This is a wonderful occasion, and it's particularly gratifying for me because as a person who started a long, long time ago trying to figure out Soviet nationalities, the borderlands, the peripheries of Russia and the Soviet Union, it's wonderful to have a conference that brings those somewhat marginalized, somewhat esoteric topics to the center of a wider audience's attention. What I want to do today is look at how we in the West looked at the non-Russian peoples during the years of the Cold War and afterwards, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and to some extent to the present time, with reference, hopefully if I have time, to the particular issues we're interested in today, Azerbaijan and Armenia. The study of Soviet nationalities in the West during the long decades of the Cold War were characterized by a view that the USSR was a repressive, Russifying state determined to eliminate the national cultures of the non-Russian peoples. What was missed, particularly when I was starting out my research, was the actual policies and practices of Leninist nationality policy that Stephen referred to, and that at different times promoted national cultures and degrees of local autonomy, and at other times, as during the Stalinist period, did indeed conform to the image of an imperial center oppressing the peoples of the periphery. With the eventual arrival of what we call a constructivist understanding of nations, that nations are not ancient, organic, natural, but products of history and the activities of intellectuals, statesmen, military conquerors, rulers, etc. With the coming of constructivism, the study of Soviet nationalities appeared to growing numbers of historians to be a particularly fruitful example of how a state, actually a kind of empire, constructed, made nations within their midst. So instead of the usual paradigm of empires being the enemy of nations, we began to see how in complex ways they helped to make nations. And the disintegration of the USSR seemed to confirm, in a funny way, both accounts. The primordialists, because people who looked at this for the first time, journalists particularly, saw the breakup as the product of primordial, natural nations that at a moment began to realize their full potential and exploded the empire. But also at that time, particularly among scholars, the constructivist view to show the way the Soviet Empire made nations within its own body seemed to be winning the day, at least in the academy, if not in journalistic circles. It should not be forgotten that the serious study of Russia and the Soviet Union in the West began in earnest and was a product of the years of the Cold War. That pernicious context, the Cold War, the Manichaean division of the West and the East, and the attendant liberalism and confidence in the superiority of Western capitalism and bourgeois democracy, along with the interests of states, of governments, in the production of knowledge, particularly knowledge of an enemy that was believed during those years to be an existential threat to civilization. All of those things fatally shaped knowledge production in Europe and America. There was this powerful framing of an episteme that elevated the self-described free world, which, by the way, included at the time apartheid South Africa, Mississippi, Alabama, the free world above those benighted states languishing behind the Iron Curtain. And that powerful vision has hardly dissipated, as we can see in the current crisis between Russia and Ukraine, to the present time. That is, there's still powerful negative images of Russia that shape the way we understand and, in my view, limit, if not distort, the way we understand that part of the world. We are the carriers of civilization. They are always some form of barbarism. The series of crises of the late 1980s and early 1990s that led to the disintegration of the Soviet Union, and by the way, regrettably, in my opinion, the evaporation of the socialist choice, and the triumph of that at that moment of neoliberal capitalism and bourgeois democracy were matched by a parallel crisis in the field of Soviet studies. Enjoying a new celebrity, pundits flourished in the fertile fields between predictions and postmortems, while scholars observed the creative chaos of the post-Soviet Union with concern about the fate of Sovietology. What had been, in my education, an established discipline, the study of the Soviet Union, seemed to be moribund, about to disappear. But in fact, it revived in a new and interesting way. People turned their attention, because they didn't know anything about this, from the center, from the Kremlin, to the peripheries, to the non-Russian peoples. And from the fall of the Soviet Union, or even the late 1980s, it was possible to study the Armenians, the Georgians, Azerbaijanis, and others in ways they had not been looked about before. They were marginalized. Everyone was considered Russian, no matter what republic they came from, etc. And I remember those heady days because for a brief moment, I had personally my 15 minutes of fame. Suddenly everybody was calling CBS News, PBS, because they wanted to know about these strange people who were causing all this trouble, and that eventually, in their opinion, brought the Soviet Union down. I remember particularly one phone call. I was at my mother's, and she said, "Someone's on the phone for you." I answered, and they said, "Professor Suni, we want you to come to Washington to talk to us about what's going on in the Soviet Union." I said, "Well, who are you?" And they said, we are the Central Intelligence Agency, the CIA. I said, really? You want me to come? Do you know anything about me? And they said, we know all about you. So with that ominous introduction, I extended or tried to what little knowledges we had about Central Asia and the Caucasus to some influential policymakers. But we were hindered, we were hobbled by what we knew at the time. But there was scholarship in Cold War years that was worth paying attention to. Now, the dominant model was, of course, what we call the T model, or totalitarianism, which emphasized the similarities between Stalinist communism and Hitlerian Nazism or fascism. And it was a highly centralized view of the Soviet Union, a political view which left out much of the social history and cultural history, particularly of non-Russians. And yet, even within the T model, even within that totalitarianist model, there were some really interesting figures. I'm thinking particularly of Alex Inkelis and Raymond Bauer and a few others who wrote about nationalities. Their usual conclusion was that nationalities were largely irrelevant. They weren't particular areas that were dangerous to the Soviet Union. And there wasn't much national hostility between them as far as their research went. There was a very famous Harvard project which interviewed emigres, people who had fled the Soviet Union, particularly during the war, and using generally Ukrainians as the stand-in for or other nationalities, generalized about what the Soviet accomplishments were in this area. But as far as the public was concerned, this phenomena was still Russifying and repressive. There were some dissident voices. There were people, particularly outside the United States, in Britain. I'm thinking of people like Moshe Levine and Isaac Deutscher, who told us other ways to look at the Soviet Union, but they weren't particularly interested in non-Russian peoples either. A very important book, one that still bears reading, was Mary Matosyan's book on the impact of Soviet policies in Armenia. That was a book where I first read about and heard about the term Korenizatsiya, which Stephen mentioned, this nativization, indigenization, whatever you want to call it, which meant that in fact there was a nationality policy that in fact was developing national cultures, languages, and so forth, giving local people of the same nationality positions in government, the development of national film studios, newspapers in the native language, alphabets in some cases, etc. I remember I had a friend, an Armenian who was living in Moscow at the time, Vahan Makirchan, and Vahan told me, you are going to be very surprised when you go to Armenia and you see the way this republic, and one could say the same of Georgia and Azerbaijan, had developed in the Soviet years, particularly after the death of Stalin, national cultures, national political cadres, and so forth, which was exactly what I did find. And I began to write about these, but it was less interesting to most of my fellow Sovietologists until the late 80s and the disintegration of the Soviet Union. The other thing that developed during those years that is worth mentioning is that a few scholars like Mary Matosyan and some others who did local studies found patterns that went against the grain. In other words, our scholarship at a time of the T model was not totalitarian, but open if one looked deeply into the situation. I remember a book called The Soviet Middle East by the great economic historian Alex Nove and the man J.A. Nuth, which showed that the republics of Central Asia had developed much faster, much more industrial, much more modern in a sense, than their neighbors across the border south of the Soviet Union. Well, this was a a kind of strange view that in this empire, which in many ways you could still call colonial, given that all real political sovereignty was still in the center, was still in Moscow, but nevertheless, far from there being any economic exploitation, wrote Nove and Nuth, it is reasonable on the evidence to assert that industrialization, especially in Central Asia, has been financed with money raised in Russia proper. In other words, capital has tended to move to those outlying, underdeveloped areas, and there has been virtually no counterbalancing move of remittances of profit or interest, because in the Soviet Union, capital grants are not repayable and do not bear interest. In other words, yes, you could see the Soviet Union as an empire, but it was a very peculiar empire, one in which the metropole, the center, operated in many ways at a disadvantage vis-a-vis much of the periphery, particularly the less developed areas of Central Asia or Siberia. Reluctant to call this relationship between the center and the borderlands colonial in the sense of economically exploitative, Nove and Nuth nevertheless pointed out that the point I made just now, that all real decision-making rested with Moscow, and that could be interpreted and would be interpreted by many of those people on the periphery as colonial. The Soviet Union had its own mission civilisatrice, its own civilizing mission. It was almost always decided in the center, with the interests of the Soviet project primary, and therefore less the interests of the individual republics or nationalities secondary to the first. But it was the Soviet Union that built the urban capitals of the republics, that built subways in almost all of those capitals, and that developed these countries, their cultures, and their nationality, always within the strict boundaries of what was permissible by the center. Now, that monographic literature that did develop in the years of the Cold War were also ones in which some scholars, often political scientists rather than historians, there were not much access to the kinds of archives that scholars like to use. Some of them developed really interesting work. And I want to mention one scholar that was particularly influential on me, and that was a woman named Teresa Rakowska-Harmstone. She wrote an influential article in a journal called Problems of Communism, which had its own problems. It was financed by the State Department, but which was revelatory. She talked about the dialectics of nationalism, how at one and the same time, in a kind of contradictory manner, these nationalities both were developing according to Soviet nationality policy, but at the same time, they were also creating tensions, desires to move further than the boundaries they had been given. She didn't predict the end of the Soviet Union. Almost no one did. But Muammar Gaddafi did, and I guess Hélène Carrière-Doncos did, but not for necessarily reasons that ultimately led to the collapse. I remember one influential book already toward the end of the 1980s by a wonderful political scientist named Alexander Model, who wrote a book, Will the Non-Russians Rebel? And he predicted that they won't because they can't, given the KGB, the Communist Party apparatus, the repression that exists within that regime. Now, in a funny way, I would argue that Model was both right and wrong. He was right that you couldn't rebel effectively unless the opportunities existed. And the opportunities to resist were there by the time Gorbachev came. By Gorbachev's arrival in 1985, the non-Russian peoples had already developed national cultures, different degrees of national consciousnesses, degrees of resistance to the existing limits of the regime, opposition to Russifying tendencies that were particularly strong, let's say, in the Western republics of Belarus, the Baltic countries, and Ukraine, and even unorthodox movements, nationalist movements, underground, of course, repressed whenever the regime could do it, within the body politic of the republics. But what you also had by the time Gorbachev came to power was national elites ruling, sometimes for long periods in the 60s and 70s and 80s, in the national republics, as in Armenia and Georgia, who, in order to maintain peace, stability, their own popularity, the lack of resistance, made all kinds of concessions to nationalism. And you can find that in Armenia. I remember going and finding suddenly statues of Vartan Mamikonian, not just Nalbandian, some legitimate figure, or Shaumyan, an old Bolshevik who was martyred by the anti-Bolsheviks. No, but now national figures as well. And so there were concessions made after 1965, even a monument to the Armenian genocide, an event that had been sort of erased from official Soviet historiography until roughly the middle of the 1960s. With the disintegration of the unbreakable union, the Soviet Union, Soviet nationality studies rapidly came into the fore of both the professional and the public political attention. There was a standard explanation or history of those nationalities that you found in the media. They took, journalists particularly, but many scholars as well, took what you can call a primordial view. That is, there was a naturalness to the nation, and at a certain point, that nation, like a sleeping beauty, woke up, realized it was a nation, and blew apart the empire. That was a very powerful view that many of us who've been working in Soviet nationality studies and more broadly in nationalism studies were already contesting because of what might be called the Constructivist paradigm revolution. The view was that nations are made, they're modern, they're the product of human activity, and that was even more forcefully demonstrated by the way in which people and states in the Soviet Union made the nations, maybe not completely, certainly without sovereignty, but made them within the body of the Soviet Union. Well, if that's true, then how do you explain the collapse of the Soviet Union? Wasn't it a spontaneous, bottom-up, anti-imperial, anti-Soviet, anti-communist uprising? Well, then how do you explain the 76.4% of the Soviet people in March 1991, just months before the Soviet Union collapsed, voted to preserve the Soviet Union? How do you explain that Gorbachev desperately was trying to find formula to keep that fragile state together? And the way you can explain such a thing is to understand that the collapse of the Soviet Union was not as much a bottom-up nationalist revolt as often reported, but in fact a case of a great state, a great power that committed suicide. The destruction of the Soviet Union started at the top, not the bottom. And it was Gorbachev's somewhat reckless program of trying to reform the Soviet Union immediately, quickly, economically. Let's make it more like a capitalist state. Politically, let's make it more liberal, if not democratic. Let's end the Cold War. Let's liberate the countries of Eastern Europe. Let's get out of Afghanistan, and let's convince the Americans they have nothing to worry from us, and we can end the arms race as well. For this, he got the Nobel Prize, and he lost his country in the way. Once that the state was shown to be weak, and the Soviet Union was seen to be a sinking ship, of course, perfectly rational and pragmatic non-Russian, now more nationalist, but often communist and opportunistic politicians abandoned that ship and went off in their own Republican rowboats. It seems to me that we learned a lot, not only during those Cold War years and after, but in our opposition to the dominant paradigms as they existed. Once constructivism, the idea that nations have histories and are made by real people, became dominant in the profession and among scholars, if not among politicians and journalists yet, once that happened, things could be explained in different ways, and solutions of a different kind could be found. Look for a moment at the conflict between Azerbaijan and Armenia. The first thing you hear repeatedly is a kind of sad nostalgia. Oh, we used to live all together. My neighbors were Azerbaijani. My neighbors were Armenian. Somehow we managed to live together until the collapse. And now we are fierce enemies who hate each other and would like to devastate each other's countries. How did such a thing happen? And there, it seems to me that the imperial hold over those countries and the way the dominant discourses of Soviet nationality policy, based in a formula called Druzhba Narodov, or the friendship of the peoples, had their positive effects on the way people articulated their own identities and their interests. And that collapsed with the collapse. The nostalgia might remain, but the new hatreds created by nationalizing states against the state next door, or even against their own internal minorities, became a dominant way of looking at the world. Armenians would look at Azerbaijanis and they would see Ottoman Turks. That is a genocidal people threatening their existence. The Azerbaijanis looked at the Armenians and they saw a superior, condescending people who have humiliated Muslims and dominated the central apparatus, the media, and simply relegated Azerbaijanis to second-class citizenship. Azerbaijanis have a kind of reactive nationalism based on that humiliation, and now on a sense of their own superiority over the Armenians, who they defeated last year in that brutal and destructive war. We learn a lot from looking at the history of the nationalities programs of the Soviet Union and the historiography and the way we looked and understood nationalities. It isn't that constructivism has ended primordialism, and it isn't the case that we can eliminate simply by changing discourses the problems that now have existed. Someone asked me once, do you really think that you can deconstruct and end the hatreds and hostilities between peoples by simply reconceiving history, thinking about mythologies and other ways of thinking of the other? And I said, well, it may be difficult to deconstruct that, but it is the role of scholars. I think this is what Victor Schnirelmann was indicating. It is the role of scholars, of historians, who already, as Sebu Aslanyan pointed out, are implicated in the creation of national mythologies. It is in the role of scholars, particularly historians, but also anthropologists and political scientists, to rethink, to reconstruct the way we look at others. And if that happens, if we can find other kinds of imaginaries, other ways of imagining ourselves and our neighbors with whom we are fated to remain neighbors for the existing time we have on Earth and into the future, maybe if we do that, we can conceive of a Transcaucasia, a South Caucasus, relations in that part of the world more peaceful, more hopeful, less violent, and realize in some ways the promises of independence that were propagated in 1991 and so far, sadly, have not really been realized. Thank you.
Well, Ron, thank you very much for this very exciting, thought-provoking presentation. Sure, there will be questions and discussions, but for now, Let's move to our next presenter. Terry Martin is George Baker, third professor of Russian Studies in the Department of History at Harvard University. He has published extensively on questions of nationality and empire. Also has written on religion, political, administrative history, Soviet tradition, neo-traditionalism, also on such topics as the Nazi-Soviet comparisons, and parallels between Nazis and Soviet systems. So he's currently completing a book on the politics and sociology of state information gathering in the USSR in the early stage of Soviet history after the revolution until Stalin's death in 1953. And Professor Martin's presentation's title is Strategic Primordialism, a useful category of historical analysis, ? Terry, please.
Thank you. Very happy to be here. Happy to be speaking after my old advisor and comrade in arms, Ron Sunni, though it's always difficult to follow him. So I'm the least sort of specialist in this grouping. I don't have any knowledge of the languages of the region, and my knowledge of their history is coming from a general imperial standpoint. When Sebu asked me if I would give a 20-minute talk to a conference where Victor Schnirelman was the keynote speaker, I said that I haven't been working on this. I don't have any original research to do, but I did, in the last couple of years, read The Value of the Past, and it provoked quite a lot of thoughts about, in particular, about the origins of the phenomenon of Soviet primordialism. And if you'd like to hear those thoughts, I'd be happy to give you 20 minutes worth of that. So the result is probably a bit solipsistic and dense, but you can blame Sebu for that. As the other Victor said, the talk is called Strategic Primordialism. I like paradoxes. A useful category of historical analysis, ? So the question mark is signaling my doubt about the utility of it, but in the paper I will make the argument without the question mark. I'll read it so that I don't go over time. So while it's fashionable to lament binaries and to seek to complicate or transcend or eliminate them, it's difficult to think without them. This intervention begins with two binaries. In nationalism studies, as Ron just said, it has been common since Geertz and Gellner to contrast theories that posit nations as primordial and those that view them as modern constructs. The distinction's somewhat easy to mock. Primordialists, of course, typically do believe that nations came into being at some point in time, and modernists often accept the antiquity of various attributes of modern nations. So sometimes the whole dispute typically devolves into a kind of fruitless contestation over the definition of modern and nation. However, when the contrast between the two positions is large enough, as it was in the first decades of the existence of the USSR, I think the binary can be useful. Then my second binary is between essentialist and strategic or instrumental motivations for action or ways of thinking. The essentialist justifies actions by beliefs about how things essentially are, and the instrumentalist by how he wants things to become. Again, it's a blurry distinction. I'm no philosopher, but again, it seems to me useful in this way. That is, I think that we have the strong tendency to think that if something is primordial, it is essential. That is, essentialism and primordialism get paired together. And I think when I wrote my first book, I was thinking in that way. So it was reading Schneerlmann's magisterial account of the ethnogenesis wars in the Transcaucasia and other recent work on the region, in particular that of Krista Goff, that led me to doubt whether the two actually belong together. So I thought I would revisit here the origins of Soviet primordialism. That there was a dramatic shift in the official discourse about nationalities in the Soviet Union between the 1920s and the mid to late 1930s is incontestable. The orthodox positions on nationality articulated by Lenin and Stalin in the years directly prior to the revolution, Stephen talked about this, and then up to the official formulation of Korenizatsiya in 1923 were, for their time, radical statements of the modern constructivist viewpoint. Nations were a purely modern, recent phenomenon, the result of capitalism, period. Nationalism was a powerful force, but it was not a deep one. The translation of Korenizatsiya as indigenization in much of our literature, I think, is somewhat misleading to the extent that we understand indigeneity as deep residence in a territory such that it belongs to the indigenous people. Indigeneity, being korenoi in the initial sense, was not a cause of Korenization, but a consequence. National territories could be formed for recent immigrants from Afghanistan or Turkey. Jews could be settled into their own national territories, and so forth. The only recent migrants whose presence did not count as korenoi or indigenous were the Russians. And that was, of course, again, as Stephen said, because of the decolonizing project of the early Soviet nationalities policy. The type of arguments about the deep presence of nations on particular territories that I first learned about from the great Mark Saroyan and that were so wonderfully analyzed by Schneerlmann would have been considered either politically irrelevant at this time period or more likely as evidence of bourgeois nationalism. Why did the discourse shift so dramatically in the period of 1933? That's the question I want to revisit. I puzzled over this in the last chapters of my book, The Affirmative Action Empire. At that time, I did not look at the ethnogenesis genre. I hadn't read Schneerlmann, although I had read Soloskin and Marr. As it emerged in the years immediately after I ended my study. It emerges really as the phenomenon 1938 to 1940. But the primordialism inherent in the genre suffused the public press from 1934 onward, such that I ended up using the German term Völkisch with all its associations to describe the rhetoric. It is undoubtedly significant that the discourse emerged in the low idiom of Soviet newspapers before it was formulated into the higher idiom of Soviet ethnography and history. This does suggest that the discourse did not emerge from internal scholarly dynamics and then receive political approval, as sometimes happened, but rather the opposite. And I think Schneerlmann's analysis would suggest the same. I put forward three arguments about the shift. First, even if the practice of affirmative action was meant purely tactically as a way of overcoming feelings of national oppression, the practice of constantly labeling oneself by nationality and of attaching very real and important life advantages to one's nationality habituated people into thinking of nationality as something essential to their life and person, and so unintentionally habituated a form of national primordialism. I must say I didn't really offer any particular evidence for this assertion. It was more a common sense type of argument. And I answered, as Ron mentioned in his talk, that it was somewhat unnecessary because primordialism in many ways is the default popular way of thinking about nations. Constructivism is the oddity. But party officials were equally affected by this practice and this discourse. And so one can think of it as a way in which party members were trained to think in a primordialist rather than in a constructivist or international fashion. But what is striking to me now is that I clearly wanted to link essentialism and primordialism at this point and deposit some kind of unintentional subconscious conversion story from the one to the other. That is, it's not just that the discourse changed, but the way that people were thinking about nationality changed, including the political elite, which was to some degree the focus of my study and this paper. My second explanation was even more indirect. I argued that Stalin's revolution from above established statism and paternalism as the two dominant political discourses and practices of the post-1933 period. The state was the motive force organizing society, and groups and individuals were categorized by their relationship to the state. This is what Fitzpatrick called ascribed status groups or Stalinist Slovenists. For individuals, it led to patronage for the more influential and paternalism, often only in theory, for the majority of the population in the way Jeffrey Brooks has analyzed. Paternalism itself was accompanied by a growing emphasis on the people, the narod, rather than on the class. Paternalism, therefore, came along with a discourse of narodness, and the discourse of narodness had an elective affinity with the Volkish folkloric understanding of nationalism that emerged in the mid-1930s. Again, an unintentional explanatory process, in this case, a kind of functionalist conversion story from constructivism to primordialism. The new discourse here fit the needs, if you will, of the new socioeconomic and political order that was established by Stalin's revolution from above. So both of these two explanations posit a genuine change in the understanding of nationality. My third explanation was quite different. Unlike the first two, it was well supported by evidence, and I think it was carefully argued. This was my argument about Soviet xenophobia and the origins of Soviet ethnic cleansing and the enemy nation category. Here I argued that the original Soviet nationalities policy aimed to use ethnicities to project influence across Soviet borders, in particular into Poland, into the Ukrainian and Belarusian communities there, or Finland through the Karelians and so forth, which logically implied that the opposite could occur, that cross-border ties could be used to project foreign influence into the USSR. And I argued that a set of developments during collectivization, in particular revolts in the national regions and doubts about the national communism of non-Russian political parties, led Stalin to believe that this was happening, which in turn led to a theories of ethnic deportations and the national operations of the Great Terror, in which diaspora nationalities were targeted for execution and arrest. And it was striking there that it was because of the national operations that you got the key institutionalization of the primordial view of nationality, that is heritable passport identity. Until 1938, you could choose your nationality and change it on your passport. In 1938, in an NKVD decree that explicitly stated that Poles and Germans were switching their nationality to avoid persecution, it was made to be a permanent category, and that never ceased to be the case. So this argument seems, sound to me to this day, and the new evidence that's emerged seems to support it. But it's striking that this is not an argument for a conversion. This is not a conversion story in the same way, and it's not an unconscious story. Here, the motivations are fully conscious and fully instrumental or strategic, and therefore well documented. So I could make a careful argument on it. Moreover, I went out of my way to argue that it wasn't Russian nationalism or Russian xenophobia that was driving this. It was a Soviet xenophobia, fear of foreign countries. And the proof of that was that the Russians from Karbin who returned were persecuted as a national minority of sorts. So ethnic Russianness was not privileged in that way. So in this way, I think that this story, it doesn't need a conversion narrative, and actually pointed in a different way. In other words, I'm arguing I had a kind of a contradictory muddled viewpoint. So the primordialist term was also puzzling to me for a second reason, because it was accompanied by two other terms. One was the rehabilitation of the Russian, the development of what David Brandenburger called a Russocentric discourse. But more importantly, it was also accompanied by a new policy of ethnic consolidation. The 160 or so nationalities of the early 1920s were reduced to 60 on Stalin's order in 1936. National Soviets at the regional and the village level, national newspapers outside of the autonomous oblasts were abolished. The Russian regions of the RSFSR were Russified. The Georgian regions of Georgia were Georgianized in this time period. How can you have a primordialist turn accompanied by an ethnic consolidation turn? The one is essentialist, the other one seems to be highly instrumental. So that was sort of the question. The hypothesis of this paper of strategic primordialism is that if you decouple essentialism from primordialism, then the puzzle goes away. This gets me to Schnirelmann. So Schnirelmann's ethnogenetic wars embodied and advanced this contradiction, right, between consolidation and primordialism. The 1930s settlement had largely given the right of full republics to assimilate non-territorial, non-Russians. The Georgians did so with great vigor against the Mingrelian Slavs, laws, and so forth. And as Goff has shown, the Azerbaijanis, with much more difficulty, did the same to the Talish and other national minorities. The rubber hit the road with territorialized non-Russian autonomous republics and oblasts. So the wars he describes are Georgia versus Abkhaz and Ossetian, and Azerbaijani versus Nagorno-Karabakh, backed by Armenia. On the one hand, this is clearly a conflict over the boundaries of the 1930s ethnic consolidation settlement. That is, does it preserve autonomous oblasts and republics from national territorial consolidation, or does it not? And that's why it occurred in the Trans-Caucasus, because there you had two non-Russian opponents, if you will, in the contestation. It couldn't occur in the Western republics, because in those cases, in Ukraine, in Belarusia, in the Baltics, in Moldova, it was Russians who would have been the potential threat that needed to be territorialized. And the Russocentrism trumped national territorial primordialism. You could not assimilate the Russians in that way. And Stalin, of course, had deported or exchanged the Poles and Lithuanians and Ukrainians in 1944 to 46, so removed that issue. Adrian could comment about Central Asia. The conditions existed in Central Asia for this to occur, but I think the nationalism didn't, exist yet to drive it. But the ethnogenetic genre has, has a second thing. In one case, it's fighting over the boundaries of ethnic consolidation. On the other hand, it's fighting for primordialism against the potential for ethnic consolidation at the all-union level, which emerges with the Soviet Narod rhetoric in an embryonic form in the 1930s under Stalin, and then quite aggressively under Khrushchev and Brezhnev with the Soviet Narod as a new historical community. In that, all the primordialists are united against, right? The Abkhazians, the Ossetians, the Armenians, and the Georgians are all, all the primordialists agree that that's not what we want. So that contradiction is established, in my view, in the 1930s, persists and intensifies in this way all the way through 1991. And you even get scholars like Bromley who managed somehow to be arguing, somehow to be both primordialists and Soviet Narod people. So as I read him, and he can correct me since he's here, Schneermann's account of the origins of the ethnogenesis genre at the Republican level is strategic instrumental, certainly from the perspective of the party members, if perhaps not from the perspective of many of the historians. And it has three elements to the strategy. One, titular status brings benefits to the party elite. They get to rule. To their clients, in particular, the national intelligentsia. They get well-funded in careers and status. And in fact, the 1930s turn to primordialism increases the importance of the national cultural figures, right? That part becomes more important with the revision of the Soviet nationalities policy, less. Two, titular status is earned by being the Korенный народ, the indigenous narod of the territory. And then three, indigeneity is determined by the length of ethnic national residence on the given territory. And so it's the job of the ethnogeneticist to extend the titular nation's residence as far back in time as possible and to eliminate the presence of contemporary rivals to the titular nation's territory. So it's the third one, that's new in the 1930s. The first two are there in 1923 already as part of the original one. But originally, being a Korенный народ did not involve any of this deep indigeneity. So one can see why, from Schneermann, why this genre served Republican interests, and why in that way it might have percolated up from below. But it's much less clear why it should be endorsed by the center. And at least indirectly by Stalin. That's a question. What's the use of giving the ethnogenetic genre such prestige and such ability when it has implicit in it, a proto-nationalist orientation and makes trouble between nationalities? So accounts of the scholarly origins of the genre by other work by Schneermann, as well as Laruelle, Slowskin, and others, make clear that the proximate cause for this was the propaganda war with Nazi Germany, whose own primordialists were laying claim to Slavic soil for Germandom, such that it was authorized to make counterclaims for the primordialness of the Slavic presence, not only in Eastern Europe, but extending into German territory. And this kind of continued the statist primordialism, if you will, that David Brandenburger has discussed, whereby the Soviet state is projected back in time through Peter the Great and Ivan the Terrible. And it's no coincidence that you have Tolstoy's Peter the Great being published at this time, and Grozny, Eisenstein's Nevsky, and Grozny is Ivan Grozny is commissioned in 1938 to 1940. But again, question, why institutionalize ethnogenesis at the Republican level, which happens immediately after this, right? They're already writing them in 1940-41. The danger for nationalist purposes seems not hard to see. Stalin's a suspicious man, particularly with regard to nationalism. Did the friendship of the people's sort of ideology necessitate it? It's hard to see why. The Russians are the motive force here. The Russians could be the state founding people. They get a story. Why have all of these contradictory stories? Maybe it's just classical Soviet mimesis. Whatever gets settled in the center as the genre gets, deported to the side, and it all happened under Stalin's radar screen, if you will, with perverse, unintentional consequences. I don't think so. I think Slowskin's brilliant article on the Mar controversies and the linguistic controversies of 1951 to 52 made pretty clear that Stalin knew what was going on, and that indirectly he endorsed primordialism and ethnogenesis in his intervention, in particular as practiced by Georgian scholars, for that matter. So the hypothesis is perhaps Stalin was a strategic primordialist. And this really occurred to me as a thought, getting to the end here, when I was reading Schneermann and particularly Goff on the claims that were being made in 1941 to 1946 on Iranian Azerbaijan and on putatively primordial Georgian regions of Turkey, as well as, of course, Armenian regions of Turkey, and how the same people who do the ethnogenetic scholarship domestically are doing it for foreign policy. Since these were transparently instrumental works of scholarship, where a claim to the territory is ginned up, the scholars, it's put forward, and then when the gambit fails, it's sort of unshamefacedly removed. Seems to suggest that the ethnogenetic genre, with its primordial implications, served the Soviet state as a strategic implement. So that led me to go back in time and look at the shift to in 1933, when Stalin revises Korenizatsiya. So at that time, he de-emphasizes linguistic and cadre affirmative action, but keeps them in place. And in compensation, as I said, he intensified the promotion of national culture in a primordialist vein, and of course gave a new supervisory and unifying role to the Russians. Many people say he abolished Korenizatsiya. It's false. Korenizatsiya was never abolished fully. And he didn't abolish it because he thought, and I think he always thought, that it worked. It worked in a constructivist idiom, but perhaps it worked even better in a primordialist idiom. If the point was to diffuse nationalism by granting the forms of nationality, why not grant a grandiose and ancient national history if it didn't insult the Russians? Wouldn't this make Korenizatsiya work better? Wouldn't it have greater foreign policy utility? Wouldn't it provide a better idiom when it was necessary to repress or confront enemy nations, whether Germans at home or abroad? Yes, it might, breed some proto-nationalist sentiment among the intelligentsia and party cadres, but that could be easily dealt with through periodic propaganda and repressive campaigns. I used to, sort of joke that the Soviet nationalities policy was a machine for producing and then repressing national sentiments. But perhaps for Stalin, that was a feature and not a bug. Stalin was, I think, for reasons that Ron Suney has articulated well in his biography of his Transcaucasian years, a nationalities realist. Perhaps nations would indeed disappear when communism triumphed worldwide, as he repeatedly stated, in order to save the appearances of internationalism. But it would certainly not happen on his watch or at any time in the foreseeable future. Nations were a fact of life, and properly managed could serve to strengthen a great socialist state, or empire, if you will. Stalin was perhaps a strategic primordialist. When Stalin died, and as Yurchak put it, the external editor departed the scene, the machine for producing nationalism started to function under an increasingly enfeebled censor. The central state ceased to be the motive force in constructing and managing its nations, instead acted defensively to limit the growth of unwanted national cultural production, more intensively in core regions like Ukraine and less so in regions such as the Trans-Caucasus. Genres emerged to express, cultivate, and propagate proto-nationalist and overtly nationalist sentiment at the Republican level, as Sebu talked about in his introduction. Ethnogenesis, as brilliantly analyzed by Schnirelman, was one such genre. Village prose was another, as was folkloric dance and many others that still await to be explicated by their Schnirelman. The motive force in national construction now lay at the Republican level with its national cultural intelligentsia, fully funded by the Central Soviet state. It was this phenomenon, created by the 1930s settlement, that allowed the subterranean growth of the Hick nationalists from Landsbergis to Gamsahurdia, who briefly became the most important politicians in one of the world's two great powers, before giving way to the Siloviki and reoccupying their subordinate status. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Terry. Very exciting presentation. So we are now it's my pleasure to turn the microphone over the podium Sorry for this little. Sorry for this. I have a little problem with my connection. Yes, so we are now proceeding to our discussion, and I'm very glad to use Adrienne Edgar, who is a professor in the Department of History and the University of California, Santa Barbara. Adrienne's research interests and numerous publications have focused on Russian and Soviet history, history of Central Asia in particular. Research has also examined nations and nationalism, race, ethnicity, and gender. And latest book is on ethnic intermarriage in Soviet Central Asia, is going to be published this year. Adrienne, please.
Thank you very much. Thanks to the organizers of the conference for including me, and thank you to my panelists also for such interesting papers. So the title of our panel is Russian Imperial Expansion and Soviet Nationality Policy. But in keeping with the theme of the conference and the interests of our speakers, the papers, as you heard, were not just about Russian imperial expansion and Soviet nationality policy, but also about how historians and other scholars have written about empire and nationality in Russia and the Soviet Union, and how this has changed over time. In my brief remarks, I want to focus on three important themes that emerged from reading these three excellent papers. First, the question of difference and how empires and nations manage it. Second, the question of continuity, particularly across the revolutionary divide between Tsarist Russia and the Soviet Union. And third, the question of primordialism and its interplay with constructivism. So first, this question of difference and its relationship to empires and nations. One of the most productive ways of understanding empire in recent years has been to see empire, at least the ideal type of empire, as accepting and institutionalizing difference and hierarchy. This stands in contrast to nation states, which promote homogeneity and the equality of all citizens, again, theoretically. Ransuni has been a very important proponent of this viewpoint, most recently in his book, Russian Empires, which he wrote with Valery Kivelson. Professor Stephen Reeg shares this understanding. In Imperial Russia, he writes, and I quote, "Difference was a fact to be recognized and accommodated, not feared and confronted." This meant differential treatment of groups within the empire. In the South Caucasus, Georgians and Armenians had different experiences with imperial rule. The Georgian elite was co-opted and seen as a loyal service nobility that helped to rule the region. The Armenians, like the Georgians, were long seen as loyal subjects and regional allies, but this changed in the last Tsarist decades with the rise of Armenian nationalist parties and right-wing Russian imperial nationalism. The cultural separation of Azerbaijan was even more stark. As Muslims, they were seen as Asiatics, alien, inarodzi, treated with less indulgence than their Christian neighbors. Such differential treatment ultimately helped lead to resentments and interethnic conflict, as you've heard in the talks. I'm a Central Asianist. I'm not a specialist in the Caucasus, but I can say that this sort of differential treatment was also very apparent in Central Asia, in, for example, the different treatment of nomads and sedentary peoples. In the Soviet Union, as in the Russian Empire, difference was recognized and accommodated. In Tsarist Russia, these differences, as Professor Reeg notes, were based on estate, religion, sometimes ethnicity or culture. In the Soviet Union, they were based on class and nationality, and the latter became increasingly important as time went on. Professor Reeg notes that the Bolsheviks borrowed heavily from what he calls the Imperial Toolkit. In the early Soviet era, the state embraced the differentiated rule that is a staple of all imperial regimes, he writes. At the same time, it rejected, in the name of anti-colonialism, the explicit Russian domination that had been characteristic of the imperial period. Professor Reeg's point about the accommodation of difference illustrates the second theme I want to highlight, which is the continuity between the Tsarist and Soviet states in matters of nationality. The papers highlight other aspects of continuity across the 1917 divide as well. For example, both the Tsarist and Soviet states were incubators of nations. The Tsarist regime perhaps inadvertently stimulated nationalism through Russification, but the Soviet state quite deliberately. The Soviet state was a maker of nations, as Professor Ron Suney first taught us back in 1993 with his book, Revenge of the Past. Terry Martin later elaborated in his book about the affirmative action empire. The Soviet Union was a creator of ethno-territorial republics, a promoter of national languages, cultures, and elites. The co-optation of local elites was another important feature that carried over from the Tsarist Empire to the Soviet Union. Professor Rieck notes that the incorporation of local elites into imperial bureaucratic structures was a favorite tool of the Romanovs. While we know from Professor Suney and Martin that this co-optation was accomplished in the Soviet era through korenizatsiya, or indigenization, and recruitment of native elites into the Communist Party and state structures. The third theme I want to draw attention to is the interplay of constructivism and primordialism in historical scholarship on identity and nationality. So the constructivist approach to Soviet nationality policy has been extremely influential over the past 3 decades. It's helped to spawn a whole new field of nationality studies, a new generation, several new generations even of nationality scholars in Soviet history. It has led scholars away from viewing essentialist, tribal, or nationalist passions as the cause of conflict in the Caucasus and other post-Soviet regions. In his paper, Professor Suney traces the genesis and evolution of the constructivist approach to nationalities in Western historiography, this school of thought in which he, as I already mentioned, is the leading figure. In the early Cold War years, Professor Suney notes, most historians of the USSR focused only on Russians or ignored the other nationalities. The few scholars who studied non-Russians tended to be emigres, many of whom had a large personal and emotional investment in their topic, and they were often marginalized within the field. These early nationality scholars saw the Soviet Union as an empire dominated by Russians, and they saw nationality as an unproblematic, essentialized category. It was only in the late Soviet years and the early post-Soviet years that historians began to apply constructivist approaches to nationality developed in other fields to the Soviet Union. They began to describe the Soviet Union, as Ron Suney did, as a maker, not a breaker of nations. Ironically, while Western scholars were moving from primordialism to constructivism in their view of Soviet nationalities, Soviet scholars were going in the opposite direction. The Leninist approach of the 1920s saw nations as cultural and historical constructs. But Soviet scholars, and arguably the Soviet public eventually as well, beginning in the mid-1930s, increasingly moved toward a primordial view of nationality, which eventually came to include an obsessive focus on ethnogenesis in virtually every Soviet republic. The clearest manifestation of primordialism, as Terry Martin writes, was that passport nationality became hereditary. Soviet citizens were required to take nationality of their parents, full stop, so that they couldn't hide their identity. This is obviously an assumption that there is a primordial identity. If they were of mixed ethnic background, the issue became a little more complex, but I won't go into that here. Professor Martin asks in his essay how we can explain this primordialist turn and the rise of the ethnogenesis genre. He proposed some answers to this in his seminal work, The Affirmative Action Empire, several of which he briefly recaps in his paper, but he revisits the question again, partly in response to new work by Victor Schnirelmann and Christa Goff. While he agrees with Professor Schnirelmann that ethnogenesis in the national republics was used strategically and instrumentally by party leaders, he's not sure why Stalin permitted this potentially dangerous nationalist genre to flourish in the non-Russian republics. Among other things, ethnic primordialism and the focus on the ancient rootedness of Soviet ethnicities in their lands would seem to pose an obstacle to the consolidation of a Soviet people. But Stalin may have been, as Terry suggests, a strategic primordialist. He believed in the reality of nations and in making concessions to national culture, and thought that promoting primordialism would render this policy even more effective. Stalin had confidence in his ability to keep manifestations of nationalism under control. It was his successors who eventually lost his ability to manage surging primordialism and nationalism in the republics. So I have a couple of very broad questions for the panelists, and really intended for any and all of you to perhaps comment on in the discussion later. First of all, where do you see the field of Russian and Soviet nationality studies going in the future? I'd be very interested to hear what you all think. There have been new trends in recent years, as you know, a new interest in the friendship of peoples and the Sovietsky Narod, or Soviet people. In other words, an interest in what held the Soviet Union together rather than pulling it apart. An interest in how Soviet citizens managed to combine their different identities by being simultaneously national and Soviet, or even by being simultaneously Muslim and Soviet. A new focus on non-titular nations, as in Christa Goff's recent book. An interest in the physical environment in the Soviet periphery, and so forth. So are there other new trends on the horizon, or are nations perhaps going out of fashion as a topic among scholars of the region? So my second question pertains to the vexed question of race. Is primordialism, is ethnogenesis, are these just another way of talking about race? Though race has historically not been considered an important category of analysis in Russia and the Soviet Union, as you know, there have been some recent attempts to address the question of race in Russia and the USSR. I'm thinking of Marina Mogilner's book on physical anthropology in Russia, the recent David Rainbow volume on ideologies of race in Russia and the Soviet Union, the very recent Slavic Review Forum on race in Slavic studies that just came out a few months ago, following on a forum from about 20 years ago in which Eric Weitz, Francine Hirsch, and others commented on race. And I just wanted to know, what is your opinion of this trend, and how does it relate to some of the things we've discussed in our panel today? So thank you very much, and I look forward to our discussion.
Thank you very much, Edwin. And so I'll give these speakers, the presenters, the opportunity to respond to your comments and questions. Stephen, Ron, Terry. Any thoughts?
Since
I can.
Oh,
Go ahead, Stephen.
Okay, I'll just quickly say, since my chronological focus is a little earlier than yours, Dr. Martin and Dr. Suni, I'll just say that what I'm noticing in terms of recent trends in the study of Russian imperialism in the modern era, at least, are people decentering the nation, moving towards social, maybe socioeconomic studies. A lot of really interesting work, I think, is being done by junior, my level, mid-career, and a few senior scholars on slavery in the borderlands, on economic experimentation from the Caucasus to Central Asia, on topics that relay the perspectives of Russian non-elite actors in the regions who were trying to basically start a new life and were not benefiting at all from any kind of social class affiliation with the regime. I think the new trends are definitely, from my perspective in Imperial Russian history, decentering the nation to a degree that we hadn't seen before, certainly to a degree that I have not done myself yet.
With respect to the Soviet Union, I mean, you and Adrian, in some ways, be am I muted? No, I'm not muted. Be in a better position since you've been working in the area where the major concern is. So most of the concern is post-Stalin right now. I'd say that one is sort of work that's trying to view things within a Soviet perspective, not in why perestroika perspective, and that are focused on kind of lived everyday nationalism, which you work on mixed marriages. I had a student who did a wonderful book on national self-fashioning in Central Asia and how people used, national furniture and clothes to create various identities. And then the second one is going to be, what are the subterranean processes that made, the nationalist explosion possible? And Aaron Hutchinson's work on the village prose in Armenia, Moldova, Russia and Ukraine, and Violetta W. Tina's wonderful Lithuanian book about the rustic turn, I think, are those. And the third one I predict that will emerge is stuff that just as crossing the 1917 divide was a thing. I think we'll see a lot of works that start to cross the 1991 divide and look at, the late Soviet and the transitional 1990s period as a coherent whole, just as sort of 1914 to 1921 is now being analyzed in that way. And those stories will, start to be kind of half Soviet, but half, new national historiographies. That's my prediction. Ron?
Yeah, I like all these predictions. And Adrian, thank you so much for that wonderful comment. Yeah. This was a great panel. I mean, I feel a little pedagogical, like I should grade because I'm the oldest one. But, if we could have conferences like this with this quality, we will learn a lot. And so thanks all of you guys. Yeah, I agree with that. That is, I am writing a book on nationalism. I'm calling it Forging the Nation, the Making and Faking of Nationalisms. And there is, Terry will appreciate this, there is a neo-primordialist turn. There are a lot of people who do not like the fact that you constructed us right out of existence. And how well I remember going to Yerevan and you try to say, well, you are an imagined nation. Oh, Bože moj, Merto Kachemo. You don't say that kind of thing to people who are struggling to maintain an existence. And you come from the outside and say, well, you're just an imagined community. But of course, imagined communities aren't imaginary. They're the real communities. Yeah. That is, I imagine myself as also part of the University of Michigan, and in some way the University of Chicago, as I hope Terry does too, to some extent, as a student there. So that is our reality. And I think whatever the trends are, I have read Adrian's wonderful new book on mixed marriages and so on, and there's just real fundamental research being done. There's a book on the Kazakh famine, which is devastating to read. I know Aaron Hutchinson's work, a wonderful student of ours, Anna Whittington, on Sovietsky Narod. And one of the things I think that we may be doing is we may start to look at the Soviet experiment now that the Cold War is over, and now as those kind of dichotomous Manichaean differences are being set aside, as Terry did so beautifully in his paper, we may be able to see things that we simply didn't see before. That is, there was something about the Soviet Union that was working. At times it became pathologically and murderous, but at times it worked. And I was thinking, particularly if you compare, as I'm trying to do in this book, how Americans treated indigenous peoples, how we couldn't get it right. We're trying to erase. Is there a Canadian in the company here? How we tried to, don't worry, I remember. How we tried to erase the Indian, kill the Indian in the Indian. And the Soviets had a different view. And if they didn't try to kill the Indian, they just killed you if it came to that, as it did with Koreans and some others, driving them into the Kazakh steppe. So there's a lot of complexities here that are extraordinary. And there is a struggle, all of politics, history is the most political of all social sciences. And as we know, there's a politics here. If you go to Latvia today, what used to be the Museum of the Latvian Rifles is now the Museum Against Totalitarian Regimes. It says flipped 150% in a different direction, forgetting the Latvian rifles and the fact that Latvian Bolsheviks were very powerful in the revolution of 1970s. They used to guard Lenin, right? Didn't do so well at one point, but they tried, So there's a lot of things that your perspective, your frame gets you to see more correctly and less correctly. And I think this transnational trends that are happening, the fact that we're not focused on national histories, let alone nationalist histories, that's all to the good, it seems to me, really to the good.
Yeah, and on race, I don't know what you think, Ron. I'd be interested in what Adrian thinks too. I really would be careful with that, because what I try to teach my kids at Harvard is that the way that you view the world, the identity categories that are salient to you as Americans are very American. Even as a Canadian, where language in the Quebecois English-speaking division was the salient one, that this way of thinking about, about the world still is often, it still is often alien to me. And the East European simply provides a different way of looking at the world. So to try to take the current interest in race and apply it to this, it has to be done with care, I think. So I see more risk than reward in it. But, it can be done well, of course. What do you think, Adrian?
Well, I agree with you. I think it has to be done well, and you cannot, sort of mindlessly apply, obviously, categories from the complex U.S. history of race to to another part of the world. But I do think that these new writings that I mentioned, I think that they are. I think that they get at something that has become that has been a little bit underplayed in Soviet history, perhaps, and that also helps to explain some of the developments in the post-Soviet era.
Yeah, I would add that there's some interesting books and articles being written about this. I must say I was underwhelmed by the forum in Slavic Review. I didn't think it moved us forward very much. Sorry about that. Some of those people are my friends, maybe all of them. But some of the work that Marina Magilner is writing is interesting. If we understand that it was a particular scholarly and discursive intervention at a particular time when scientific racism was all the rage in Europe and in America. And the Russians are way behind. They're not, scratch a Tatar, scratch a Russian, you get a Tatar. You can't be too racist if you're living in this empire where people are flowing into each other and so forth. There's a very interesting book to be written, and maybe some of you know things that have already been written about the period that Terry writes about in the 30s and why choices are made to go against the idea of race strategically, precisely because there's Germany next door and racist ideology is so clearly identified with the Nazis. And then what happens during the war? When you get someone like Elia Ehrenberg not talking about fighting the Nazis, but fighting Germans as Germans. So there's no easy trajectory in the story in which race or racist rhetoric is used in different contexts in that period in Soviet history. And then what about the Jews after World War II? When in fact the anti-cosmopolitan campaign has all kinds of flavors to disguise it, but it's clearly directed, it's an anti-Semitic campaign against Jews.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have a couple of questions from the audience, but I'll ask Sebu perhaps to start.
Yes, I'd also like to thank this panel for its excellent job of presenting these issues in a very lucid way. I have many questions. I'm an interloper from outside. I don't work in a Soviet field or in the 20th century for that matter, but I do know a few things. So I have a few questions for clarification purposes, mostly for myself, and two questions actually, one each for Suni and for Martin. And then we'll go to some audience questions. In the meantime, I ask the audience to actually write down your questions in the Q&A box. We will answer them in public in this kind of forum where we will curate these questions. So my question for Ron is, Ron, as a resident Marxist here, probably the only one, I'm wondering if you have any thoughts on the model of internal colonialism as applied to the Soviet Union. Do you think there's any grain of truth to this, or any value, any use value in using this model that Michael Hector developed, I think in the 1970s, if I'm not mistaken, late 70s? So that's one question. And then the other question I have is for Professor Martin, and that is a question that has to do with, actually it's a broad question for everyone else to also think about responding. And the question is, many scholars, of course, refer to Soviet nationality policy as if there was some form of blueprint or set of bullet points outlining Moscow's official political stance towards the issue of nationality. So if such a set of policies outlining and codifying the Soviet states or Soviet empire's approach to nationalities was not ever written down in one coherent place, I'm not sure if it was ever written down and codified in a particular place, but if there wasn't, assuming that there wasn't, why then do you think that as scholars we should continue using the term Soviet nationality policy without qualifications, as if it was a reified entity with one set of rules applicable to all? So that's my question for Martin and for Suni, and then if there is time, I have another question for Terry Martin later on about primordialism in the 1930s, which is a topic that interests me particularly in this context. So, Ron, do you want to take a stab at the question I posed about Michael Hector, or is this it's not going to catch you off guard, obviously, because I have a feeling you probably knew him very well, or you were friends at least in the 70s, but I do not want to say more.
I very much admired that book, Internal Colonialism. And then years later, I ran into Michael Hector, and he berated me for writing The Revenge of the Past. He did not like this constructivist turn, apparently. So you can't win in some ways. But that book was influential. Internal Colonialism is a book about the making of Britain and the way in which Anglia, colonized Wales, Scotland, and Ireland, and then didn't quite get it to work. Well in Wales, less well in Scotland. This is before Scottish nationalism developed, and then almost a failure in Ireland. And the interesting thing is about that concept, if you apply it to Russia, and it has been applied to Russia by various scholars, is that the Russian state colonized its own peoples. I think Terry hinted at this as well. That is, there was a way in which the peasantry were colonial subjects, you could argue. Now, the usefulness of that concept, internal colonialism, is, as with any concept, is what answers does it give to the question it poses, right? And it seems to me that it's very useful in our cases, Soviet and Russian imperial, to think of those empires not as Russian empires, but as empires of ruling institutions. We wouldn't have trouble with that in the Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Empire had the Reya, the people, and the Askeri, who were the ruling institution, the Sultan, certain notables, aghas, or whatever. In the Russian Empire, it was the nobility, particularly the central nobility, and certain governmental officials, etc. In the Soviet Empire, it was the communist nomenclatura, which had at times Russifying effects. By the way, not very effective over time, quite erratic at other times. But rather, we should look at these as empires that colonize their own in intricate ways because they're about an institution. The metropole is a kind of institution, not an ethnic group of any kind.
Okay, yeah, and that's probably also inspired by current developments in Russia, where you see, something pretty similar, which is very ambiguous in terms of its Russian nationalism. But as to Sebu's excellent question, I actually cut a line from while I was, Adrian might have noticed while I was giving my talk because I was running too long, where I said that in the 1920s, the Soviet nationalist policy was conceptually coherent but utopian. And as it shifted in the 30s, it became pragmatic but conceptually muddled. And so the 1920s is this really odd time because you have a bunch of ideologues, that have taken over a state and that have set policies determined by theses written down. They are, they are written down what they are. They're even hierarchicalized to some degree. there's ambiguities, as Adrian would know from her work in the 1920s. But it's a weird, like it's a historically weird thing that you actually have something which you can legitimately call the Soviet nationalities policy, and it loses coherence as it goes on. And that's part of what I talk about with the center losing motive force. Under Stalin, who always thought of himself as a nationality specialist all the way through 1953, less so. And then afterwards, my sense really is that that the nationalities processes are happening in the republics, and that the center is defensive. It wants to prevent bad things from happening, but it no longer has a vision of what the of what good things should happen with regard to nationalities, and that of course leads to differentiation. There never was homogenization in the 1920s, but as you go on, local conditions determine things, and you get phenomenons whereby you have successful, inclusive national communist sort of leaderships in Lithuania and Armenia, and you get contested sort of positions in, Latvia or Moldova or Ukraine, where you have a centralizing semi-anti-national position conflicting with a national position and so forth. So I think that by the time you get to the 53 to the 85 period, talking about a Soviet nationalities policy, you're probably right. It's reifying something which is much more conceptually confused. You agree, Ron?
Absolutely. In fact, Jeremy Smith has a very good article about nationalities policies. He makes a pretty good case that it varies, and your book does as well. It shows the great switch from the 20s to the 30s to that new.
Yeah, and I think what happened in the 30s was done in an ad hoc fashion, right? It wasn't like in 1933 Stalin sat down and said, "Okay, this didn't work. Let's do it this way." It was just sort of, this didn't work. Let's toss this off. This didn't work. And there's a family resemblance to the things, which is why we have this great retreat term, because you can see the family resemblance between the policies, but it's not anything like the 20s where they set it out in they don't even acknowledge it's happened. So they can't set it out in it's not like the great retreat with, with something which was articulated by the leadership. They denied that, so you have to get a coherence.
One of the things I'd say is that those of us who were at Chicago at this time, and Adrian would also fall into this camp in many ways, and I think probably Stephen as well. When you look at the Soviet Union, there are those who think it all was the result of a ideological Marxist blueprint that then they applied. And there are many scholars who follow this line. And if there is a Chicago School of Soviet Historiography, Sheila Fitzpatrick and the rest of us, it's that it was more improvised. They kept trying different things. Oh, war communism. How about NEP? We'll try state capitalism. Stalin, and they never got it right. They were still improvising during Gorbachev's, and we know how that ended up.
Thank you all very much. We have a couple of more questions and just a few minutes left. So if you don't mind, I'll go to them. One question is, when we talk about the construction of others during the Soviet era, often, but generally, the nation-building policies and nationalism, I always think about the pervasive and consequential internal divisions in ethnic and national identities, with regional, linguistic, and even moralistic as sort of part of the construction of ourselves. Are those internal divisions simply residuals of the pre-imperial era in sort of failure of the nation-building policies, or are they, in fact, paradoxically an organic part of that imperial Soviet nation building and ethnic consolidation?
That's a good dissertation.
Very briefly, again, I want to, if you have some kind of insights or thoughts about it, because maybe I'm too biased by my kind of experience and interaction in Armenia and in Artsakh, and how those internal divisions constantly come up, and regional, linguistic, and even kind of moralization of different segments of Armenian population.
Yeah, I mean, clearly it's, from my research really, can't address that, but it's clear that there would be some things that are going to be culturally there, continuous throughout, and there's some things that are going to be acted upon by particular. If you're looking at Cossack identity, then you can see a very strong intervention. In some other cases, and if you're looking at, say, mountain peoples, they tend to be getting settled down into the plains. That's leading to, shifts in variation. But a grand theory would be wonderful. I don't know. What do you think, Ron?
I don't think there's an easy grand theory, but you look at different cases to see how nations are made. And it's very interesting, Victor, that as Armenians, we have our own way we imagine ourselves. And the way we imagine ourselves is that we've always existed. We are primordial in that sense. We're the first of everything, first Christians, whatever. And we are continuous. And I can only tell you that when I was hired at the University of Michigan and given a chair in Armenian history and set out to write and to lecture an organic narrative of the creation and evolution of Armenians through the centuries, I found out that I was fabricating a history, that it doesn't hold together that way. That what Armenians were in the 5th century, a religious community defending themselves under certain conditions, in the 6th, 7th, 8th century, making alliances with Muslims, even against others they might consider Armenians, through the diaspora to the Soviet period and post-Soviet period, we are many different things. What is consistent is the belief, the imaginary, that we're the same, right? So all you have to do, Victor, is go back to Yerevan today and start to ask people what they think of Pashinyan or the church or Robert Kochayan. And you'll find that we are many things even today in that one nation.
It would be interesting just to know, comparatively, let's say, was the Soviet Union more homogenizing than other comparable nationalizing projects? In some ways you would imagine that it was, but I kind of have my, the Soviet state in some ways, affected big things better than small things, and left a lot of small things alone because it couldn't deal with them. And some of those small things might be regional identities. I really don't know the answer to that. I mean, you were dealing with it at the mythic level, but there's also kind of a sociological practice level. Adrian might know better. You've actually worked on the ground. You're not gonna.
I'm sorry, I'm unmuting myself. We've only got a few minutes left. Maybe time for more questions.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate that. So, there's one question again. I don't know how much is, how much we can really address that. This was about any potential intersection of nationalism, nation building, and Soviet nationality policies with gender. It's sort of the gender angle of that. Is it something that can inform our understanding of Soviet nationality policies, or is it something that is perhaps not directly relevant?
Now that one I can't answer with Adrian sitting here. You have to answer that one. She's the expert.
Unmute.
Doesn't anyone else want to take this on? I'm just the discussant, guys. You should answer.
Okay, well, let's just keep it in mind and then move on. Sibu, I understand you had another question, but I wanted also to bring up perhaps before that one comment from the audience that it would be nice to get regionally based scholars to more actively involved in this research on both sort of imperial and Soviet past and nationality policies. And of course, the challenges they face are not just the sort of organizational or structural, or but also kind of political pressures that, of course, they have to navigate while dealing with this complex issues. So I think it is also very important that this was brought up, and it's something that we all have to work on, and getting those scholars involved and their voices heard. Cebu, please.
Well, we have a question and comment from an audience member, Lori Hart. I think it was partially answered, but I'll put it out there in case you want to take a swing at it, any one of you here. And she says, thank you for this amazing, enlightening panel. So helpful even to those of us not in South Caucasus studies, but in related nationalism studies fields. I find the turn towards critical race theory or race studies is, I think was indicated in the comment, quite interesting. Would anyone like to care to elaborate on the critical race turn in Soviet studies? And may I also add to this that in a wonderful discussion with Stephen earlier on, I couldn't help but to wonder to myself whether the global turn has had any role whatsoever in Soviet, post-Soviet studies. The global turn, as you know, has essentially transmogrified entire fields of scholarship and research area studies, and one would be hard-pressed not to think that that's also not the case with the Soviet field, but I may be wrong. But so the question, to reiterate Lori Hart's question, which is if someone can elaborate more on critical race theory and its relations to the development of Soviet, post-Soviet studies, if there's anything there. And secondly, if there's something to be said for the global turn as well. And maybe since Stephen hasn't gotten too many questions, maybe he can take a stab at this one.
I don't have a response to the excellent query about critical race. I'll speak to the second point that you brought up, the turn toward global history. Imperial Russia, and let's specifically focus on the Caucasus, very few people practice it the way you practice it, Cebu, with a truly global focus. But what has been happening lately is an acknowledgement, a belated engagement with the truly trans-regional, transcontinental, not just transnational connections that the Caucasus facilitated. There's an increasing recognition and more studies on the Caucasus as the nexus of truly astonishing cross-continental, cross-cultural connections from Marseille and Paris to the Indian subcontinent. I'm not only talking about Armenian merchants, about whom people have been writing for a long time, but I'm also talking about more and more focus on the tepid Tsarist experimentation with bringing in German sectarians to kind of plant them in the South Caucasus, see what happens, giving them these harebrained schemes for planting Cuban tobacco or Chinese rice and just telling them good luck. There's a focus on Western Europeans trying to penetrate the silk industry in the South Caucasus. And I think the Caucasus finally is emerging from the shadow of its three imperial overlords to be kind of engaged in much broader networks that people have been thinking about since the global turn.
I want to say just a few words, dealing with the problem of race. 10 years ago, I have published two-volume books, actually, focused on the problem of race in the Soviet Union and in Russia. This book is in Russian. That's why it's less known in the West, unfortunately. There I argue that, in fact, nationality, or what we call ethnos or ethnic group, was a substitute for race in the Soviet Union. And a shift from class paradigm to ethnic paradigm took place beginning with the very late 1930s. And this is important because this deals with ethnic discrimination. It was latent in the Soviet days, but now during last, since recently, I study what they call scientific racism. And this is a very recent trend in contemporary Russia, but it is rooted in the Soviet Union, in some paradigm, scientific paradigm, which we had in the Soviet Union, but they were less visible, I would say. They were covered by they were. I don't want to take too much time, but I trace all these trends in my book, but I repeat, it's in Russian, so it's only for those who read Russian. So thank you.
Thank you all very much. I think we are ready to complete this exciting session. Sorry, we don't have more time to discuss and talk about it. Thank you all very much. Thanks a lot. Thanks to the audience. Okay. Yeah, please say
for the benefit of the rest of us here, which is that we're going to be breaking now for a half-hour intermission and resuming our panel, our second panel, moving on to the second panel at 12:30, I believe, but I'm not a very good organizer.
Yes, 12:30. That's 12:30. Yes.
We look forward to seeing all of you back here. If you have any more questions, you can still pose them later on. We might be able to recycle them or send them out in an open pool to earlier presenters.
Of course. Thank you. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Adrian.
Hello, Peter.
Hi
Nice to
there.
see-
Yeah, Igor. Yes. Good to
Yes.
see you.
Yes, me too. Very much so.
Mm-hmm. How are things?
Fine, fine.
Good.
What about you?
Yes, extremely well. Very, very busy, but moving ahead. The main thing, I think. So far, so good in terms of today.
Folks, could you please mute yourselves? The audience can hear you speaking.
Oh.
Dr. Aslanian, do you want to bring us back into the conference?
Yes, hold on one second. I'm having problems with my mic, with my mouse, I should say, but give me 1 second and I will be all there for you. Okay. So, welcome back, everyone. We will be resuming now with the second panel of the day. The topic of the panel is the invented tradition of the Caucasian Albanians, and hopefully we will try to get across to you some ideas as to what role these enigmatic and unknown people have played in resuscitating and focusing, channeling conflict and violence in the last 20, 30 years or so in that region. So the chair for our panel is my colleague, my esteemed colleague, Peter Cowie, who needs no introduction. He's a professor at UCLA of Armenian Studies. He holds an Aregati chair as a distinguished Armenologist and a treasured colleague at UCLA, someone who was whose role in educating a new generation of graduate students in classical Armenian and as well as other areas is simply very, very much appreciated at UCLA. So before too long, let me pass over the floor to him. Peter will introduce each speaker and we will have a question period as we did before. In the meantime, write down your questions in the Q&A box at the bottom of your screen. Do not be offended if you don't get a response there, because the response to your question will be handled by the speakers at the end of the conference, and we will be curating those questions for you. So without further ado, Peter, you want to take the podium? Thank you for agreeing to do this for us.
Thank you, Sebu, for your very generous introduction. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had an opportunity for refreshment, to rest your eyes from the screen, and perhaps stretch your legs in anticipation of this vibrant new panel and the crucial issues with which it seeks to grapple. It's my pleasure to host this session entitled The Nagorno-Karabakh/Artsakh Conflict and the Invented Tradition of Caucasian Albanian History. The model we will follow is the same as the previous. Our four speakers will first make their presentations, which will then be reviewed by the discussant. The panelists will then have an opportunity to react to the discussant's comments, and then the session will be open to questions from the audience via the Q&A feature at the bottom right of your screen. The opening discussion introduced us to the broad relation between the field of history, the discipline of historiography, and the nationalist project from the diverse perspectives of theorists like Gellner, Smith, and Hobsbawm. It also mapped out the background to the debates that emerged in the 1960s over the interpretation of history and cultural patrimony in Southern Caucasia in the context of Soviet nationality policy. One of the cruxes of this investigation is the virtual loss of voice on the part of an important ethnic component, i.e. the Caucasian Albanians, whose culture was largely oral and whose written legacy has been almost completely lost, apart from a few inscriptions and a palimpsest lectionary discovered in Sinai some decades ago. Clearly, this paucity allows much scope for potential creativity to fill in the quote-unquote gaps in the early record and stake out partisan positions in terms of continuity with that polity, and therefore claims to its territory and the possession of its surviving monuments. Building on that framework, this panel discusses two of the most important corpora that shed light on the region of Caucasian Albania. The first of these is the contribution of Greco-Roman sources for the early period, and the second examines the significance of the record of the medieval Armenian history of the region attributed to the figure Moses Galangatvatsi of the 10th century. Meanwhile, the two further papers seek to elucidate the course, methods, context, and impact of the contested interpretation of these historical sources in Soviet historiography. So let us begin with our first speaker, who is Marko Bajs. Bajs is an associate professor of classical Armenian and the history of the Armenian Church at the Pontifical Oriental Institute in Rome. He is a member of the committee of the Association Internationale des Études Arméniennes, known by its acronym AIEA, and the editor of the association's newsletter. His main interests focus on Armenian and Caucasian history and historiography of late antiquity and the Mongol period. He has devoted a monograph of 2001, Caucasian Albania, Ethnos, History and Territory, vis-a-vis Greek, Latin, and Armenian sources, as well as several articles devoted to Caucasian Albania and its relations with Armenia. Currently, he is working on Tovma Metzobatsi's history of Tamerlane and his successors. So, Professor Bayis, the floor is now yours.
So, thanks, Peter Kavi for the presentation, and thanks Sebuh Aslanyan for thanks to Sebuh Aslanyan for the invitation, and also for giving me the possibility of talking about a topic which is part of my research since my doctoral thesis. So, classical sources on Albania and the Albanians are few in number. Between the 1st century BC and the 13th century AD, we can count about 40 works of a historiographical, geographical, and naturalistic nature that mention Albania or the Albanians, including some Byzantine authors. In most cases, we find only brief mentions of Albania and the Albanians, mostly in relation to military episodes involving Roman or later Byzantine troops on the eastern borders of the empire. In this paper, I will focus on the importance of the Greek and Latin sources in relation to a couple of questions of Albanian history, the ethnic question and the historical geography. I will simply touch upon the problems, highlighting some difficulties and dealing with them, and I will address some methodological issues. So the first problem, the ethnic question. Who are the Albani mentioned in Greek and Latin sources? Classical evidence, on the one hand, gives an idea of the rich ethnic context in which the Albanians and the Iberians were placed. On the other, it presents these two peoples as the most important among those settled in the vicinity of the Caucasus range. Moreover, Strabo describes the Albanian 1st century BC, let's say, describes the Albanians as a people characterized by common physical features and shared customs and religious institutions. This apparently uniform, or at least strongly cohesive ethnic picture, however, clashes with what Strabo says about the king of Albania. I quote, "At the present time, indeed, one king rules all over the tribes, rules all the tribes, but formerly the several tribes were ruled separately by kings of their own, according to their several languages. They have 26 languages because of the fact that they have no easy means of intercourse with one another," unquote. These words bring within the Albanians the ethnic variety that seemed to exist only outside them. So the situation described by the words, "at the present time, indeed, one king rules all the tribes," is what the Roman generals found during the Third Mithridatic War, around the mid-1st century BC, when they fought several times with the Albanians, who were led by their king. Strabo's sentence raises many questions. For instance, one may wonder whether it describes a stage of the ethnogenetic process that should have led to the formation of an ethnically cohesive people, or rather a phase of the territorial expansion of the Albanian state, which expanded as to include numerous tribes speaking different languages, starting from an original nucleus, perhaps ethnically more close-knit. Be that as it may, If the Albanians, led by a single king, consisted of 26 tribes, it is clear that the term Albanoi, Albani, did not refer to a single ethnos, but rather to the ethnically diverse population inhabiting the territory of the Albanian state. And again, if the Albanians were a collection of different tribes, what is the relationship between them and the numerous people that the sources mention around them? In particular, what is the relationship between the Albanians and the Uti, presented by Pliny as a tribe close to the Albanians, but distinct from them? And is there a link between the ancient Uti and the modern Udi, which is a small population living in southern Caucasus, in Azerbaijan, in 3 villages between Azerbaijan and Georgia? So the decipherment of the Albanian palimpsests confirmed that what we call Albanian language is in fact an ancient phase of the language spoken by the modern Udi, thus bringing once again to the fore the ethnic issue of Albania, because there are the Albanians and then there are the Udi. So, and the ancient Albanian language is in fact ancient Udi. So which is the relation between Udi and Albanians? This is a problem not solved. When I wrote my book on Albania more than 20 years ago, I was criticized precisely for having dealt with this issue, so the ethnic issue. I quote, Bais, that is me, while keeping his distance from the heated debate that often passes more or less inadvertently from philology to politics, allows himself to be conditioned by the terms of the debate and ends up considering ethnogenesis as the dominant element, unquote. The criticism was made on the basis of some considerations by Maria Todorova about the Balkan historiography. I quote Todorova. This nervousness about identity accounts, among others, for the unique preoccupation with ethnogenesis in the Balkans. Within the persisting continuum of the nation state and with different degrees of intensity, this is the predominant mode of historical writing in the Balkans. The criticism leveled at me is wrong because it confuses, I think, the issue with the way the issue is dealt with. The issue is the ethnic relationship between Albanians and neighboring Caucasian tribes. And this issue is in itself neither good nor bad. It is neutral, but one can deal with it either in a scholarly manner or in a partisan way. Therefore, this topic cannot be considered contaminated and thus subject to ostracism simply because it is often used in nationalistic debates. So by tabooing issues like that are considered at least at risk of becoming biased by nationalistic views, we will abandon them precisely to those who would use them in a distorted and partisan manner. About the historical geography, the definition of the geographical space within which ancient Albania lay is another question for which the classical sources offer valuable data, at least for the first century of Albanian history. Here again, we are faced with a matter that can be subject to biased interpretations, but it is first and foremost a scientific question. Any historian dealing with a given territory must clarify where the object of his study, her research was located. So it is not surprising that geographical issues are dealt with already in the first studies devoted to Albania in the 19th century. The difficulty in reaching a shared vision of historical geography of the Caucasus has contributed to the continued focus on geographical aspects. Again, the exegesis of the sources regarding this question confronts us with many problems. I will mention a few. First of all, the fact that the sources use the ethnonym Albanoi Albani, which designates an anthropic element, not easily definable. And the sources use Albanoi Albani together with the coronym Albania, Albania, which instead refers to a political territorial entity. And this generates a certain ambiguity. The ethnic border, in fact, does not necessarily coincide with the state created or led by a given ethnic group. This certainly could not have been the case in Albania, which, as we have seen, was a multi-ethnic state. Therefore, if one speaks of, and here I quote, this is Mamedova, borders of the Albanian people, unquote, when arguing about political borders of the Albanian state, he or she must first of all define Albanian people as the set of ethnic groups that lived within the borders of the state, of that state in a given period. Then another difficulty concerns the way in which the sources indicate the Albanian borders. In a few cases, borders are defined by means of geographical objects, seas, mountains, rivers. But much more often, the location of the Albanians or Albania has to be deduced from the position they occupy in relation to other neighboring ethnic groups, with all the ambiguity that ethnonyms bring with them. And even when the border is indicated by geographical coordinates, the identifications of the geographical object mentioned in the sources with the elements of the actual landscape is not always easy and requires recourse to other disciplines. Moreover, the geographical data provided by historians are particularly fragmentary. They generally consist of occasional pieces of information, mostly related to the description of the movement of armies during this or that military operation. Finally, sources may sometimes hand down contradictory data. The same author may report pieces of information that appear to be at odds with each other. This difficulty, anyway, cannot justify the mistrust towards the contribution of classical sources for a better understanding of Albanian historical geography. Farida Mamedova, for instance, played down the value of these sources, arguing that, I quote, the purpose of the Romans was the pursuit of Mithridates, king of the Pontus, and not the study of Albania, unquote. Thus ignoring the dialectical relationship between the elaboration of strategy and the exploration of the territory, particularly in the case of military campaigns conducted in remote and little-known regions. Moreover, she opted to, and here I quote, give preference among sources, Mamedova, give preference among sources of different language and age, both ancient, so Greek and Latin, and late, Arabic and Persian, to give preference to local sources, Albanian, Armenian, and Georgian, unquote. Under the illusion that authors born in or near the Caucasus have a more direct and certain knowledge of that region. In so doing, the value of testimonies of authors who, although distant in space, are incomparably closer in time, has been denied, with the risk of anachronistically attributing to an earlier period a later political balance. This attitude favored the elaboration of a static vision of the Albanian territorial extension, which would have remained substantially unchanged over the centuries. I quote Mamedova, taking into consideration the investigation of the political borders of Albania over a long period of 1,000 years, from the 3rd century BC to the 8th century AD, it must be noted that the territorial limits of the Albanian state remained more or less stable, unquote. On the contrary, the inclusion of the data handed down by classical sources in the evaluation of the Albanian territorial extension is decisive for the formulation of a dynamic model of the political balances in the Eastern Caucasus, according to which the area called Albania by the sources varied over the centuries. In a recent article by Lara Fabian, devoted to classical sources on Albania, the skepticism about the information handed down by ancient authors seems to originate from the possible misuse of this data for political purposes. Such a skeptical attitude is corroborated by a quote from Hewson, inserted in a rather ambiguous sentence. I quote Lara Fabian, and within the quotation there is the quotation of Hewson. Quote, as Hewson rightly pointed out, the modern question about ancient borders will not be settled by, and here is the quotation by from Hewson, will not be settled by scholars rummaging about in the fragments of data which have come down to us on the ethno-history of southeastern Caucasia 2 millennia ago, unquote. Different issues overlap here. On the one hand, the question of the ancient borders of the Caucasus, which is a modern issue, at least in the sense that it cannot be neglected by modern historians dealing with ancient Caucasus. On the other, the modern issue of the politically biased reconstruction of ancient geography. The lack of clarity in distinguishing these two levels leaves the impression that Hewson's authority is being used to support the debasement of ancient sources. Of course, Hewson's numerous studies on the historical geography of Armenia and the Caucasus prove the exact opposite. That is how important he considered it to have knowledge of the historical geography of a given region, and how fundamental and indispensable he reckoned the testimonies of ancient authors for acquiring that kind of knowledge. Thus, his words cannot in any way refer to the problem of the geographical location of ancient Albania, but rather to the recognition of Karabakh as an autonomous oblast within the Soviet Social Republic of Azerbaijan. I quote Hewson, the full quotation of Hewson. Whether this, so the recognition of Karabakh as an autonomous oblast within the Soviet Socialist Republic of Azerbaijan, whether this is just or unjust, need not detain us here, for this is a political question rather than an academic one, and will doubtless be resolved, if it ever is, on the basis of political considerations. It will not be settled by scholars rummaging about in the fragments of data which have come down to us on the ethno-history of southeastern Caucasia 2 millennia ago, unquote. Hewson makes a clear distinction between the level of the scholarly discourse and that of the political debate, and wants to emphasize the mistake that is made, I quote, in placing scholarship at the service of political concerns, which is another matter altogether. And we are reminded once again that when such tendentiousness enters the historical arena, scholarship quickly departs, unquote. In the ancient sources, therefore, we cannot find answers to political questions, but we can certainly look for solutions to scholarly questions, as long as we use those sources with the necessary critical method. And now, a final consideration. When in this paper I say that ancient sources provide data, I do not intend to propose a positivistic paradigm of use of sources. That is, I do not intend to foster the idea that the sources are like mines from which to extract the data needed for the reconstruction of a given historical reality. From my point of view, the data provided by a source include also those that come from the criticism of the source, from the contextualization of the source, in a certain sense from the deconstruction of the source. If we understand this process, if we understand the construction as the attempt to broaden the spectrum of information provided by the source in question, in order to shed light on the context in which it was produced, and therefore also on its way of representing the historical object that the scholar is analyzing. This clarification is necessary because some recent articles have insisted on the positivistic use of sources, I quote, by scholarship on Albania, unquote, and this is Lara Fabian, or by the, I quote, historiography on Albania, unquote, this is Traina. Such general statements imply that all previous historiography on Albania has considered the sources as a mere, I quote Lara Fabian, compendium of neutral data points that have happened to survive the vicissitude of history and are ready to be strung into representative wool, unquote. This attitude discredits all previous historiographical works on Albania, which is unacceptable. Such accusations must be substantiated, concrete cases must be cited, and names must be given. On the other hand, the emphasis put in recent historiography, in some recent articles, on the views or images or representations of Albania attested in this or that author or historiographical tradition can lead to the disintegration of the historical discourse. I quote Lara Fabian, "The views from the West in antiquity are a particular piece of the puzzle of ancient Albanian history. Moving beyond the tempting desire to string them together into a cohesive narrative, we reach a more comprehensive understanding of Albania if we instead appreciate them for their ambiguity and fragmentation," unquote. There is no doubt that the historian must be aware of the ambiguity and fragmentation of the information transmitted by the classical sources on Albania. But he or she cannot simply record this state of affairs. Instead, he or she must try to account for this ambiguity and to overcome this fragmentation. Otherwise, he will be simply abdicating the role of the historian, whose work includes the analysis and interpretation of the sources, the collection of data, but also the organization of the various pieces of information in an overall picture, proposing hypotheses and conjectures to fill the gaps due to the lack of information. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Buys, for a detailed presentation, and in particular for your clarification of the important distinctions between the categories of ethnology and territoriality, and also with regard to the issues regarding the employment of sources. We now move to our second speaker, and so it's my pleasure to introduce our esteemed organizer, Dr. Sebu David Aslanyan, Professor of History, Richard Hovannisian Endowed Chair of Modern Armenian History at UCLA, as well as being the inaugural director of the Armenian Studies Center in the UCLA Promise Armenian Institute. From his very rich range of publications, I would only like to highlight two. His award-winning book, From the Indian Ocean to the Mediterranean, The Global Trade Networks of Armenian Merchants from New Julfa, UC Press 2011, and his recently completed book manuscript, Early Modernity and Mobility, port cities and printers across the Armenian diaspora, 1512 to 1800, which is to be published later on this year by Yale University Press. His presentation is entitled Caucasian Albania as an Invented Tradition and the quote-unquote paper war between Armenian and Azeri historians. Sebu, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Peter, for that very nice introduction. Thank you, everyone, for being here once again. I'm assuming my voice can be heard very clearly. So I will begin without further delay by setting up a kind of series of scenes for you to think about as I'm talking with throughout the rest of the presentation about the Caucasian Albanians and how bizarre and unusually enigmatic of a people this civilization was. So keep in mind these images, and at this point I will ask Hasmik to put on an image of the Dadivank complex, where we begin our story. On the 31st of August of 2019, a delegation of Udi priests visited the 10th century Armenian cathedral of the Holy Cross, Surp in Lake Van in eastern Turkey. The visitors were members of a largely unknown minoritarian community of roughly 8,000 indigenous Azerbaijani Christians known as the Udi or the Udins, and now regarded, as Marco Baez so perfectly pointed out, as the descendants of an even more obscure people and kingdom called Caucasian Albania, no relation to the Albania in Europe, that disappeared sometime in the 8th century CE. The priests were evidently in Akhtamar to perform religious services and to reclaim Surp as a sanctuary purportedly belonging to and built by their Caucasian Albanian forebears. The fact that the Holy Cross complex was erected by the Armenian king Gakik Ardruni of Vaspuragan over 2 centuries after the disappearance of the Albanian kingdom did not seem to matter to these visitors. A year later, as the Second Karabakh War, the 44-day war, the infamous 44-day war, was raging, both the words Udi and Caucasian Albania were transformed from being esoteric names only known to a handful of specialists to nearly household terms. At the war's conclusion, another Udi priest made a visit, this time to an Armenian church, to the Armenian church complex of Dadivank in the bucolic mountains of Kelbajar, occupied and annexed to the Republic of Artsakh in 1994 by Armenian forces. The Udi priest visiting Dadivank was accompanied by Azerbaijani army units who only days prior had ethnically cleansed the region of its Armenian settler population. Referring to the monastery by its Udi and Azeri name of Khudaveng, the priest in question was there to claim spiritual ownership once again as over the territory, over the monastery as an Albanian sanctuary, despite all the historical evidence to the contrary. Shortly afterwards, on the 25th of November 2020, President Ilham Aliyev officially linked the mysterious Albanians to his larger war effort. And I quote here from a presidential statement of that day. The historical monuments of Kalbajar, Aliyev proclaimed, quote, are our great heritage. Both mosques and churches are our cultural heritage because they once belonged to the historical Caucasian Albanian state. The autocrat added that it was, quote, no secret that Armenian historians and fraudsters, Armenianized Albanian churches, added their own texts. By this, I presume he means texts as in like Khachkar inscriptions in classical Armenian, and attributed these churches to themselves. It is enough to look at history, concluded Aliyev. But is it enough to look at history, as Aliyev mentioned, and as his followers repeatedly reminded us in their media blitz campaign on Facebook and Twitter, linking the Caucasian Albanians in their history and monuments to the territory and ancestral heritage of the Azerbaijanis. Who were these shadowy Albanians, and how did their long-lost history come to figure so prominently into the violence over Karabakh's status? Now, the speaker before me, Marco Baez, has already presented to us a general outline of Albanian history, going back to the Roman and Greek sources of that time. So I will not be doing much of that, but focusing on how they were resurrected and rediscovered and invented in the 20th century. In what I call a historian's war over the distant past of the contested region, in which they came to play as a pivotal role of actors as an invented tradition of modern Azerbaijani national identity. Indeed, as I will point out, long before the days of perestroika and glasnost, in the late 1980s, as Professor Schnirelman also pointed out, when the public forum was open and censorship relatively removed at the time under Gorbachev, when these issues up until the 1980s could not be discussed openly and brought into the broad daylight, a more discreet form of this dispute was waged between historians and ethnographers in both republics. As Robert Hewson, Nora Dudwick, Stepan Asturian, and more recently our very own Viktor Schnirelman have described, beginning in 1965, a paper war started to be waged across the scholarly institutes and university departments of the two republics. At the center were the Caucasian Albanians and how their history and kingdom were related to Armenians and Azeris today. As Dudwick pointed out, during the first Karabakh War of the 1990s, this war of historians, as she pointed out, writing during the first war, this war of the historians can be seen as, quote, the transmutation of actual conflict into the terrain of historiography. What I want to highlight today in my talk is how Albanian history as an invented tradition was not only a reflection of a suppressed past, or was not only a reflection of suppressed conflict, as Dudwick suggested, but has also served to rationalize and even constitute violent acts of ethnic cleansing and cultural dispossession, as Azerbaijani state authorities and their supporters projected in full display for last year. Thus, I will be suggesting that the pen can indeed be mightier than the sword at times. But I hope that we will not take this as an unquestioned article of faith, but contest how mighty the pen might or might not be in times of ethnic conflict, and even to wonder if the real lessons of the 44-day war are not that the drone is mightier than both the pen and the sword combined. So let me proceed very quickly with an outline of the historiographic conflict. The Azerbaijani historian Zia Bunyatov fired the opening salvo of the Historians' War in 1965. In his Azerbaijan from the 7th to the 9th centuries, published that year, Bunyatov proposed to discuss the little-known history of Azerbaijan during the medieval period, and especially address the role in this history of the enigmatic Albanians. Well known at the time as a hero of the Soviet Union for his role in scaling the German Reichstag in 1945 at the end of World War II, Bunyatov was a relative newcomer to the field of history as a professional activity. As a recent excellent dissertation by Sarah Krombach has demonstrated, Bunyatov was an ethnic Talish, one of many non-Turkic Iranian peoples, minorities in Azerbaijan, and therefore was predisposed to contributing towards a non-Turkic ethnogenesis of the Azerbaijani nation that was then becoming popular since the 1930s, the late 1930s, and particularly blossoming in the 60s in this atmosphere of a kind of open sphere of discussion and dialogue, and so forth. So in this work, or in this context, the Azerbaijani historian, or the father of Azerbaijani historiography, as Bunyatov is sometimes referred to, made several assertions about the history and territory of Nagorno-Karabakh, or Artsakh, that provoked the ire of Armenian historians. 3 of these proved to be casus belli, that is to say, causes of war, back in Yerevan. First was the contention of Bunyatov, building on the earlier work of Jan Polsky, a shadowy anthropologist or ethnologist who resuscitated the Albanians in the 1930s in an atmosphere of indigenizing Azerbaijani history and finding indigenous autochthonous roots for the Azerbaijanis so that they would be on similar standing with Georgians and Azeris, I suppose. We were all dealing in the imaginary, in the realm of the social imaginary here in terms of hierarchies. So three of these proposals or contentions proved to be reasons for war from the Armenian side in Yerevan responding. And the first was that Caucasian Albania was on one of 3 original civilizations of the South Caucasus, rivaling that of the Georgians and the Armenians, whose elites were often enough claiming indigeneity to the region, extending backwards not only a mere 1,000 years, as with the Oghuz and Seljuk Turks in Azerbaijan, but several millennia. According to Bunyatov and his loyal disciple Farida Mamedova, who inherited the revisionist mantle of her master afterwards, especially after Mamedova's assassination in Baku in 1998, this Albanian state, according to his followers, had stable and unified boundaries dating back to several centuries before the Common Era. Moreover, and most importantly, this Albanian kingdom, according to Bunyatov, flourished within the boundaries of Soviet Azerbaijan and was therefore an ancestor state and an antecedent nation to the modern nation of Azerbaijan, which would mean that Azeris would be also autochthonous and indigenous, like the Caucasian, the other members of the South Caucasian Confederation, namely Georgians and Armenians. Second contention that proved to be a cause for war was the father of Azerbaijani histories claimed that upon converting to Christianity in the early years of the 4th century, the Albanians, whose church was intimately linked to the Armenian one, developed their own alphabet, to which Mesrop Mashtots is said to have contributed. And soon afterwards, a literary renaissance of translations and the creation of original works, literary works, religious works was published. So in the 7th century, Bunyatov claimed, the Armenian Catholicos colluded with the Arab authorities, then ruling the South Caucasus as part of their larger caliphate, to bring the Albanian state and independent church to an end. First, however, the Armenian church elite, according to Bunyatov, had to destroy systematically Albanian culture, history, and identity. They did this by first copying all works of Albanian literature into classical Armenian to pass them off as Armenian, even though they were in fact ethnically Albanian. Thus, in a stroke of authorial fiat and with no evidentiary basis whatsoever, Bunyatov claimed as Albanian such distinctly Armenian authors, at least from the Armenian side, as Movses Kahankatvatsi or Dashkhuransi, the celebrated author or authors of the only extant work on Albanian history, the Batmutyun Arvanit Ashkhari, History of the Land of Albania, written from the 7th to the 10th centuries in classical Armenian or Grapar, and translated in 1961 by Dowsett, Charles Dowsett of Oxford. Even historians such as the prominent 13th century polymath Kyragos Ganzageti, or Kyragos of Ganja, were metamorphosed by Bunyatov and his school from being mere Armenian cultural icons to Albanian forebears of the Azerbaijanis. This alchemy of Soviet nationality policy, if we may call it that, whereby all that is within the territorial boundaries of Soviet Azerbaijan is transmuted into the exclusive patrimony of the Azerbaijani nation, also applied to all the monuments of Artsakh or Karabakh. Thus, the Ganzasar monastery complex in Karabakh, the home of the Caucasian Albanian Catholicosate until the 19th century, with its myriad of khachkars or stone cross inscriptions in classical Armenian, were turned into Caucasian Albanian monuments. Bunyatov and his followers claimed that the Armenians in Karabakh had falsified their history by carefully erasing all traces of the Albanian past, and were brazenly claiming these achievements not as Albanian, but as part of their national Armenian patrimony. But what truly enraged the Armenian historical establishment in Yerevan was Bunyatov's third claim, namely that after colluding with the Arab authorities to bring the Albanian church to its knees, the small Armenian minority in the Albanian kingdom forcibly assimilated the Albanians or Armenianized them and claimed their patrimony as theirs. Thus, following the tenets of Soviet-style territorial primordial nationalism, Bunyatov and company wished to reverse what they considered to be the Armenianization of Albanian history, monument, and memory. The response to these revisionist claims from Armenia was swift. Only a year following the publication of Bunyatov's book, the Armenian historian Asatur Mnatsaganyan fired back with his own erudite monograph titled Concerning the Problems of Albanian Literature, Աղվանից աշխարհի քրագանության հարցերի շուրջ. Written in Armenian for a local Armenian readership, this 283-page work was based on Armenian sources, classical Greek, Latin sources, as well as others, and Russian translations, and was actually released again in 1969, 3 years after its original Armenian publication, in a Russian translation, thus providing an official response to Bunyatov from the scholarly community in Yerevan. As if the footnote-laden monograph would not suffice to reach a broader public, Mnatsaganyan partnered up with Armenia's poet laureate Barur Sevag in 1967 to author the polemical essay as a kind of book review on Bunyatov's work called On Bunyatov's Book, Azerbaijan between 7th and 9th centuries. In these works, the Armenian historians painted a radically different picture of Karabakh's disputed past. In place of the uniform theory advanced by Bunyatov, Mamedova, and others, as Bayis pointed out in passing, the Armenians admitted that by the 4th century CE, a small Albanian ethno-state did finally exist, but was limited to the northern side of the Kura River. According to the Armenian interpretation of the past, the disputed provinces of Utik and Artsakh, comprising modern-day Karabakh, which lie to the south of the river Kura, were not integral parts of the Albanian state. Rather, they had fundamentally an ethnic Armenian population and were integral parts of quote-unquote Greater Armenia from the 2nd century BCE, if I remember correctly, from the Ardashashid dynasty onwards. They became, and so the Armenian party claims that they only became part of Albania in following the year 387 CE, when Armenia was partitioned for the first time between Sasanian Iran and Byzantium, and particularly in the following century, in the wake of the collapse of the Kingdom of Armenia in 428 CE, when these two easternmost Armenian provinces were annexed to Albania proper, north of the Kura River, to form a single Persian Marsban, which Mnatsaganyan referred to as the New Albania, to distinguish it from the Albania proper to the north of the river Kura. He furthermore claimed, Manatsaghanyan, that Artsakh and Utik quickly became cultural centers in this territory that they were incorporated into soon after their annexation, and had a real influence on the Albanian population living to the north of the Kura. More historically developed in their Albanian neighbors, the Armenians of New Albania, according to Manatsaghanyan, took the lead in culture and administration. Concerning the question of Albanian literature, the Armenians argued that this strictly refers to literature produced in Artsakh Karabakh by Armenians in classical Armenian. Claims by the Azerbaijanis that these were mere translations are refuted by internal stylistic and other evidence, they claimed. The same applies to the monuments of Karabakh, and especially to the Gantasar monastery and the Khachkars, which the Armenians regard as revered cultural treasures. And if you don't know enough about Armenians, you should talk to those who are informed, at least, to realize how passionate emotions become when discussing evidence, and particularly inscribed evidence in the form of lapidary inscriptions in the region. As to the curious ethnonym of Albania, still in use in Artsakh and Utik at that time, Armenian historians claim that by the 10th century or so, after the collapse of the New Albania, the Armenians of Artsakh Karabakh held on to the term to describe their territory. In short, the term Albania in this context for the Armenian historians refers not to ethnicity or ethnos, but to geography. It was a purely geographical meaning, having no connection to Albania per se, and I quote. The Armenians also rejected Azerbaijani claims to being the direct descendants of the Albanians in their state. In Armenian historiography, the Azerbaijanis, contrary to being Albanians, are seen as the progeny of the same Turkic tribes that conquered the region, destroying the last remnants of Albanian identity. Azerbaijani contentions to the contrary are haughtily dismissed by Armenian historiography as a case of appropriating a rich and ancient culture for political purposes of the present. And they also confirm some Armenians' stereotypically chauvinist image of the Azeri Turks as backward usurpers of culture and not its creators. In sum, to conclude, I have been arguing thus far that Azerbaijani and Armenian historians have laid down the discursive parameters for the Karabakh conflict, and they have done so largely by reading backwards Soviet primordialism and the titular nationalities' political imperatives into the complex pre-national history of the Caucasus, where empires and not nations were the primary actors. Let us then conclude by asking how different the picture of the medieval past would be if we were to look at the same past, the same documents presumably, but not through the lens of empire, of the nation state or the nation, as the disputing members of this paper war have claimed, but rather through the lens of empire and cross-cultural integration in that region of the South Caucasus. Luckily for us, such a perspective is on display in Alison Vaka's recent excellent book, Non-Muslim Provinces Under Early Islam, Islamic Rule and Iranian Legitimacy in Armenia and Caucasian Albania. This work emphasizes how the entire region of the South Caucasus was an inseparable part of the Iranian cultural ecumeny, sharing histories and similar ancient Iranian set of practices that we would today probably call adab, and even having in common members of the same ruling elites or nobility, Arsacid, Mehranid, or Parthian, all of them of Iranian stock to begin with, and so forth. The view we have in Vaka's philologically refined work is that of a world less defined by national units in splendid isolation from each other, but a fluid and connected world of more cosmopolitan hybridity, at least in the realm of elite culture and identity. It is a world of a state of mixture, to borrow a title from a recent book by Richard Payne on the ubiquity of Parthian and Sasanian imperial culture and its codes, as well as the imperial imperatives of the Iranians, genealogically and historically linking the ruling houses and literate elites of Armenia, Caucasian Albania, and to a lesser extent also of Georgia to the north, into a dense network of aristocratic relationships, and not necessarily of rigidly defined national units, entities in quarrel with one another, even going to the extent of committing some form of, an early form of ethnocide on the Armenian side to the Albanians. So examining the shared and connected histories of the South Caucasus, one is almost tempted to conclude that imperial rule in the region, whether Iranian, Turco-Mongol, Persianate, Russian, or Soviet, has almost always appeared to have fostered periods of intense cross-cultural interactions and even partial convivencia. We can think here of Homo Sovieticus to some extent, just as it has fostered and bred intense conflict. The poppy-growing historians of the current conflict have eschewed this optic of empire in favor of the optic of the nation state. They have largely silenced in the process whatever there may have been to both difference and transculturation in the myriad of peoples populating the South Caucasus in that period. The weaponization of the historians' conflict has politicized and simplified this largely mythological mythological past. So let me say two more words of conclusion regarding what the lessons from this conflict may seem to be, to some of us at least. The historians' war over the Caucasian Albanians raises many useful questions regarding the construction of national narratives and ownership of memory and territory based on nationalist history. Perhaps most interesting from a scholarly point of view and of less relevance to the point of view of realpolitik of nations is the two thorny questions of what in the United States are now the most dominant discourses on the rise in the cultural sphere. And by this, I am alluding to an earlier comment, I forget who it was who mentioned, I think it was Terry Martin, who said how the present is illuminated by the past. Everything that the past is illuminated by the present. Everything we do or know about the past, almost everything, seems to be shaped by current day interests and so on, concerns. And these are the two concerns that I think come up naturally when one looks at this historians' debate, dispute, mythologizing, and the questions of ownership and so on that are raised by it. And these are first the notion of indigeneity or cultural authenticity, both of them on the rise in recent years. These are specifically American concerns, they're first world concerns, and they do appear to be raised in this debate in a way that I will try to explain in a second. Second is the debate on cultural appropriation, or what is known as identity theft in popular cultural circles today. The historians' war compels us to ask ourselves how custodians of the past, whether historians or international bodies in charge of heritage preservation, such as the questionable UNESCO, in this context questionable at least. So none of these, what I'm trying to say is that the historians' war compels us to ask ourselves how custodians of the past, including entities like UNESCO, determine which cultural practice or which monument belongs to which nation or people. To whom does history and the memory of Caucasian Albania belong? It is very evident to most of us that there is no Richter scale to measuring and identifying who owns which part of a shared past, or what monument of antiquity should belong to what party. These are discussions that are much more complicated and I think need to be raised in light of the historians' war. Considering the carnage and violence unleashed in last year's war, it seems safe to conclude that the only sure guide to ownership of the past is the following. those national groups that have international backing, including that of UNESCO, and sufficient state power supported by endless petroleum reserves may rely and often do as such in the conflict over Nagorno-Karabakh on that power to impose cultural and historical monopoly of ownership over a contested and, may I say, shared past. The drone in this instance seems to be mightier than the pen, or at least sufficient enough to press claims of ownership over territory, memory, and monument. The question of ownership and cultural appropriation becomes even more vexed when we consider the work done by Nina Garsoyan, Bernadette Martin-Izard, Stephen Rapp, Alison Vaca, Marco Baez, as well as many others who have painted a complex picture of the region's fluctuating boundaries or porous identities and frontiers. This work suggests that the South Caucasus as a unit of analysis. So this work suggests that we should perhaps consider the following wise injunction given to us in the work in one of the essays by my colleague and friend Stephen Rapp, who writes about the pre-national period of South Caucasian history, and he summarizes our predicament perhaps in the best possible fashion. So I will end with a quotation, even though I know that quotations are not a good way of ending presentations and especially papers, but this one is a good quotation. Stephen Rapp writes, quote, "Visualizing Caucasia as a coherent landscape in its own terms, and not merely as a context for disconnected ethnic and national historiographies, exposes the entire isthmus as an integrated cosmopolitan zone of intense cross-cultural exchange. The master narratives endorsed today by the three nation states of Southern Caucasia frequently shroud the cosmopolitan and multicultural condition which has characterized the shared Caucasian experience since antiquity." Thank you very much. You're muted, Peter.
Thank you, Sebu, for your detailed and lucid presentation. It's an excellent complement to the previous paper in its analysis of the employment of sources in their 20th century revisitation, as well as the categories of ethnology and territoriality, and for your detailed presentation of the role of historiographical contestation as a prelude to armed conflict. And this too, I think, provides an excellent segue to our third paper, which is to be given by Igor Dorfman-Lazarev, who has received his doctorate and habilitation from the École Pratique des Hautes Études Sorbonne, and is currently a researcher at the Center for the Study of Manuscript Cultures at the Universität Hamburg. The focus of his research is on ancient religious ideas conveyed through apocryphal literature and the role played by apocrypha in the shaping of distinct anthropological and cosmological ideas in Eastern Christianities. In 2016, he published his work, Christ in the Armenian Tradition, Doctrine, Apocrypha, Art, 6th to the 10th century, from Peters. He's also edited apocryphal and esoteric sources in the development of Christianity and Judaism, the Eastern Mediterranean, the Near East and beyond. This is Brill from last year. And his most recent work, Sharing Myths, Texts and Sanctuaries in the South Caucasus, is to appear from Peters later this spring. Professor Dorfman-Lazarev's presentation is entitled The Legacy of Stalinism in the Post-Soviet Nations and the Cultural Cleansing in Nagorno-Karabakh. So Igor, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Peter Cowie, for this presentation. Do you hear me well?
Very clearly, very clearly. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So Here I propose to discuss the conditions under which the idea of Azerbaijan's organic bond with Caucasian Albania became the official doctrine of the state of Azerbaijan. As a starting point of our discussion, we may recall that Caucasian Albania, a country centered in the lowlands between Artsakh and the Caspian shore, was largely Islamized by the Arabs already before the end of the 8th century. Consequently, the Albanian language, the main carrier of the local Christian culture, gradually vanished, whilst Armenian was becoming the dominant tongue of all the Christian populations that lingered on the former territory of the Albanian kingdom. At the same time, the inaccessible wooded ravines of Artsakh became a refuge for Christians of various origins. When, at the beginning of the 11th century, the Turkoman and Turkic tribes began to penetrate into the plains of former Albania, its large part was submitted to a Muslim Kurdish dynasty ruling from Ganja, or Ganzak, shortly off the first hills of Artsakh. The first contacts between Turkophone populations and Armenians in the South Caucasus took place in the mixed environment of this and other cities of the lowlands. If I may ask to share the map at this point. Thank you very much. We possess no witness which would allow us to surmise a direct influence of Caucasian Albanian culture on Turks. On the contrary, the Armenian loanwords in both Kurdish and Azeri, which relate to agriculture, husbandry, money exchange, various crafts, and religion, reflect the conversion of the newcomers to sedentary life. A 12th century Armenian author, David of Ganzak, provides us with meticulous details regarding the relationships between Kurds and Armenians in these western marches of ancient Caucasian Albania. Importantly, he never mentions either Albanians or Turks. In the point of fact, already 2 centuries earlier, the Armenian Catholicos John of Draskhana-Gerd, who was personally acquainted with the former Caucasian Albania, specifies that his contemporary Albanian princes recognized themselves as belonging to the same people, Zhohovurt, of the Armenians. By David's time, Albanian must already have been extinguished as a written and liturgical language. As for the Turkic populations, during the first stage of their occupation of Caucasian Albania, they became assimilated into the local Kurdish milieu, so that during a long time, the Armenians continued to look at them through a Kurdish prism, so to say. The Kurdish past of the middle low Kur Valley is besides reflected in numerous Azerbaijani toponyms composed with the Kurd. In the light of these cursory remarks, any historical description of the land known today as Azerbaijan must reckon with this double connection, first between Caucasian Albania and the Armenians, then between the Armenians and the Azeris. Azerbaijan's official historiographic doctrine radically denies the existence of these connections. It is precisely this denial that provides Azerbaijan with an ideological basis for its work of destruction of Armenian historical heritage in Azerbaijan, in Nakhichevan, and in Karabakh, as well as for Azerbaijan's expansionist ambitions. The theory according to which the present-day Azerbaijan and its Muslim Turkophone majority represent the direct heir of Caucasian Albania, without possessing any links to the Armenian past of that land or to its present-day Armenian neighbor, was elaborated in the peculiar social and cultural climate of the USSR. Yuri Sloskin has stressed that, contrary to a largely spread opinion, Lenin and Stalin, whilst addressing the question of nationalities in a seeming connection with the Marxist doctrine of the class struggle, never abandoned their ingrown perception of ethnic identity as an imperishable human characteristic, independent of political and economical developments. Before the eschatological stage of communism would be attained, the ethnic identities represented in their eyes political factors of the first plan. This is already reflected in Stalin's text of 1913, composed on Lenin's direct instructions, and it will be reaffirmed by him more boldly in 1930, whilst being an absolute master of the USSR. The governmental institutions of each republic, according to a thesis expressed by Stalin in 1921, had to be administered by employees knowledgeable of, I quote, the material life, the temper, the customs, the psychology, and the language in singular of the republic's titular nation. This would occur at the expenses of the populations of diverse origin, which since centuries were also enrooted on the same territory. In the course of the following 15 years, the territory of each Union Republic would progressively be identified with one particular nation, conceived as an innate category, with its customs and its character. In this way, each republic was expected to become an ever more monolithic social body, a cell of the totalitarian state. Between 1920 and 25, the Permanent Commission for the Investigation of the Tribal Composition of the Population of Russia and the adjoining countries, appointed by the Bolshevist government, elaborated complex instructions intended to ensure that the registration of nationality should be implemented not according to one's opinion or choice, but, I quote, according to objective criteria. By the early 30s, the language of nationalities, conceived as ethnic entities, had already been used widely across the entire country, even becoming a fundamental marker of identity embedded in people's minds. In 1930, Stalin reaffirmed the imperishable character of the national identities, whereas the definition of nationhood, already given by him 17 years earlier, would be enshrined in the 3 successive editions of the Greater Soviet Encyclopedia, published between 1939 and 1974. Whilst nationhood was thus deprived of political dimension, that instinctive side, comprising notably temper and psychological constitution, but left otherwise unspecified, was reasserted by the encyclopedia as its obligatory component. This doctrine of nationhood will be fraught with heavy consequences for the mutual perceptions of Soviet nations. A landmark in the growing ethnicization of the Soviet Union may be recognized in Stalin's programmatic speech delivered in 1934, in which he claimed that, I quote, the vestiges of capitalism in the people's consciousness are by far more tenacious in the sphere of the question of nationalities. Thereby, everything national was becoming eminently political and had to be submitted to an ever stricter surveillance. Less than 3 years separated this speech from the deportations in 1937 of the Talish, the Latvians, the Finns, the Greeks, the Estonians, the Romanians, and the Koreans, the first in the series of deportations of compact ethnic groups over the expanses of the USSR. Under the shock of these measures, the conception of national identity in the USSR was altered forever. That entire peoples, defined according to ethnic criteria, could be declared as enemies, prone to wreck the state and the Soviet people in its entirety, deeply affected the mutual perceptions of the Soviet citizens across the entire country. If, on the one hand, the Soviet leaders shaped new nationalities by fostering in each case tight links between a given administrative territorial unit and the ethnic origin of one of its populations, on the other, their national politics consisted in transforming the descent of each Soviet citizen into a juridical category. In 1938, the circulars of the Commissariat of the Interior explained that one could no longer choose the nationality to which one belonged, also specifying that the category of nationalist did not depend either on the place of birth, the place of residence, or the mother tongue, but uniquely on the origin of the parents, the only one recognized as the real nationality, действительная национальность. The Soviet passport thus riveted each Soviet citizen to his biological origin, expressing itself in one's temper and psychological constitution, as we have seen. The deportations of peoples were, in the eyes of all, a constant reminder of the enormous weight with which the new juridical category of an individual's nationalist was loaded. The document recently excavated by the Turkish sociologist Harun Yilmaz in the President's Archive in Baku attests that the secretive consultations on the most expedient denomination of the new titular nation of Azerbaijan continued for years after the delivery of the passports in 1933. This document is revelatory of the importance of racial considerations in the engineering of new Soviet nationalities. The politics of nationalities influenced scholarship. In the 40s and the 50s, the investigation of ethnogenesis of the Soviet nations was declared as one of the chief directions of Soviet scholarship, whilst the archaeological discoveries were interpreted in a predominantly ethnic key. The search of the origins of one's most ancient ancestors, as well as craniology, would mark an important part of the Soviet historical science. In this climate, there developed in the Soviet citizen what Viktor Schnirelman calls the, I quote, insatiable interest in the ethnogenesis of one's nation. This tradition would be inherited by most of the post-Soviet states, without obviously excluding either Armenia or Azerbaijan. The ethnicization of the Soviet society would highlight the ancient antagonism between peoples, now embodied in the neighboring territorial units, which were in the process of consolidating their exclusive ethnic identities. The republic's rulers often happened to shut their eyes to their respective populations' racial prejudices. Yet, in agreement with the Leninist and Stalinist conception of nationhood, these leaders not only represented their respective nations, but also personified the communist state itself, declared as it was to be composed of national units. Invested with this ideological status, the party leaders could patronize the consolidation of their respective republics' historiographical doctrines, which claimed autochthonous roots and which often developed in divorce from each other. With the aim of consolidating their own territorial identities, the titular nations were expected to explore their history and folklore. The past of each republic had to be distinct. Each had to investigate its own roots within its borders. The British social anthropologist Tamara Dragadze observes that, I quote, ethnographers in the outlying Union republics were not allowed to study peoples other than those from their own regions. This deprived the others of the opportunity to debate comparative materials, let alone experience fieldwork in an alien culture. The inward-looking focus of ethnographers in the outer Union republics should never be viewed in isolation of the repressive framework of the Organization of Soviet Science. End of quotation. For the same reason, the Armenian scholars were prevented from participating in the investigation of Caucasian Albanian antiquities. This restriction contributed to the growing illusion in Azerbaijan that Armenia is unrelated to the history of Caucasian Albania. The cooperation between neighboring republics was seldom encouraged because the role of mediator had to remain the uncontested prerogative of the Russian people, which, according to the Greater Soviet Encyclopedia of '54, was the most prominent amongst the Soviet nations. The presence of the cultural and academic worlds of the Union republics in Moscow and Leningrad was, throughout the Soviet era, reduced to minimal. This conditioned the mental horizons of the Republican elites and the cultural environments of their respective nations, largely isolating them from the rest of the country. In the absence of incentives to exchange, the national academies thus remained unconcerned by the objective character of the historiographic traditions that they were elaborating. In 1936, there started in Baku the editorial work on the first History of the Soviet Socialist Republic of Azerbaijan. The book had to present the Azerbaijanis as an autochthonous people. This was a means to detach them from the history of the Turkic invasions, which, by contrast, occupied a key role in the historiography developed in Kemalist Turkey. Contemporaneously with the USSR, Turkey was engaged in shaping a uniform national identity. The imprisonment and the killing of numerous intellectuals of Azerbaijan by Soviet authorities between 1936 and 1938, philologists, historians, and ethnographers, amongst others, paved the way to the creation of a new fantasist historiographic doctrine, disconnected from the former historiographical traditions and from any objective analysis of historical sources. Victor Schnirelmann observes a long succession of attempts undertaken since the publication of the first history in 1939 to implant the Azerbaijanis past in various ancient civilizations. In order to consolidate the link between the present-day Azerbaijanis and the ancient inhabitants of the region, the fourth version of the history of Azerbaijan, published between 1958 and 1962, I think that maybe 3 minutes, if I may. I think I will not supersede more than the previous speakers at the time. The fourth version of the history of Azerbaijan, published between 1958 and 1962, will claim the appearance of Turkiform populations in the southeastern Caucasus in the 4th century. It is more than 6 centuries before the dating universally accepted in scholarship. Ever since the claim of Turkic presence in Caucasian Albania from the earliest period will be institutionalized in Azerbaijan. Nasir Rzayev, in a book published in 1976, with an approval of the Academy of Sciences of the Republic, will discover Turkic features in the burials of the 2nd, 4th century CE unearthed in Mingechavir, and in the excavations of 2nd, 1st century BCE in Archabedi, east of Artsakh, even assimilating the latter with a finding from Tuva, circa 4,000 kilometers northeast. Later authors, such as Mirali Seido, will shift the arrival of the Turcophone populations to the present-day Azerbaijan even farther in time. I quote, "The Turkish-speaking tribes arrived in Azerbaijan in the 3rd century before our era, and maybe earlier, interbred, çarpazlaşmış, here with local tribes and tribal associations, and in this way, a unified Azerbaijani people has been created." For Seidov, the Turkic tribes were thus the predominant ethnic group of the Kingdom of Caucasian Albania. Following this lead, various Azerbaijani historiographers, such as the academician Ali Sumbatzadeh, established an uninterrupted continuity between the ancient Near East and the present-day Turcophone population of Azerbaijan, leaving the Armenians outside the picture, whilst Farida Mamedova has even claimed that the Armenians are foreigners in the South Caucasus. In conclusion, touching upon the Albanian myth, I shall only limit myself to evoking the entry Albania from the Soviet Encyclopedia of Azerbaijan of 1976. Its authors established genetic connections between the ancient Albanians and the population inhabiting the territory of the present-day Azerbaijani Soviet Socialist Republic. The author of the main source, the 8th to 10th century history of Albania, is named there as Movses Kalankatli. Although this can be accepted as an Azerbaijani rendering of the Armenian name Movses Karankatvatsi, the language in which this book is written is not indicated. The question of languages spoken in Caucasian Albania is only raised once, when the authors date the beginning of the, I quote, "the systematic onslaught of Turcophone tribes into Albania" to the 5th century. This is already a century later than the date proposed in the history of Azerbaijan of 58. Yet nothing in the entry inhibits the readers of the Soviet encyclopedia from concluding that Movses Kalankatli was a true Turk. What is perhaps even more alarming, and here I conclude, in this entry, it is that the authors situate the Armenian region of Syunik on, I quote, "the southern periphery of Caucasian Albania," and claim that from the ethnic, political, and cultural standpoints, Syunik was more linked to Albania. The unnamed measure of comparison of the relative mob, the Hachoch, is obviously Armenia. Here we may already discern a roadmap for the decades to come. Indeed, over the past year, we have seen the Azerbaijani army advancing in Syunik, whilst a book published in 2007 by the Ministry of Culture of Azerbaijan had defined the whole of the territory of the Republic of Armenia as Western Azerbaijan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Igor, for your very clear treatment of the medieval history of the region, highlighting dynamic developments in demography and in administration, as well as for your detailed explanation of the impact of Soviet nationality politics on how the data were to be interpreted in the historiography of the constituent republics of the USSR. Our final presentation in this panel is to be delivered by Dr. Levon Abrahamyan. Dr. Abrahamyan was educated at Yerevan State University and the Moscow Institute of Ethnography, from which he earned his PhD in cultural and social anthropology in 1978. He has been on the faculty of the Institute of Archaeology and Ethnography of the Academy of Sciences of the Armenian Republic since 1978, and presently heads the Institute's Department of Contemporary Anthropological Studies. Abrahamyan has taught at Yerevan State University since 1990 and at several US universities in past years, including, I may say, also here at UCLA. He is the author of some 200 publications, including 4 books. The title of his presentation today is The Semiotic Roots of the Caucasian-Albanian Issue. Dr. Abrahamyan, the floor is now yours.
Thank you, Peter, for your kind presentation. A nation might be created merely as a result of the magic of naming. History gives us examples of such name-to-nation creations. In some cases, a modern nation and country can bear a reminiscence of ancient ethnic moves, as, for example, the name of contemporary Bulgaria reflects the medieval Volga Bulgaria. In other examples, the name is used as a strategy of modern nation building. Benedict Anderson presents one such example concerning modern Vietnamese nationalism, different understanding of the name Vietnam in the 19th century and in the 20th century. In a similar case of creating a national genealogical tree, that of Azerbaijan, which fits Anderson's analysis much better, the roots are not understood or remembered in a Vietnamese mode. They are just invented, expanded from the Iranian Azerbaijan. Generally speaking, the Azerbaijani nation building process widely involves the creative power of the name. In this sense, the case of the Caucasian Albania or Arwang is an excellent example of manipulations with the name. This case is very instructive and consists of a combination of name-oriented semiotic moves. Albania was the name of a kingdom which was located on the left side of the Kura River. Perhaps we will have the maps that Seppo used, if possible. As we learn from ancient authors like Strabo. Hence, Albanians are considered to be the ancestors of the Azerbaijanis living on the territory of the present-day Republic of Azerbaijan, which covers the territory of this ancient kingdom. This is a usual way of constructing national history and has its specific problems and paradoxes. But what is interesting for us in this story is the magic of the name that oversteps the ordinary discourse over a national tree root. After the Armenian kingdom ceased to exist in 428 CE, 2 Armenian provinces located on the right banks of the Kura River, Utik and Artsakh, the future mountainous Karabakh, formed a part of the Kingdom of Albania. We already heard about this, but this overlapping in this theme might take place, of course. However, soon thereafter, in 469, the Albanian kingdom also ceased to exist, and these 2 provinces now became a part of a Persian administrative unit, also called Albania after the predecessor. As a result of Arabian invasions, Persian dominance loosened in the region, and a principality was formed by the end of the 6th and at the beginning of the 7th centuries, roughly in the place of this unit, which continued to bear the name Albania. Seppo Aslanyan already told about this. However, now the southern Armenian part of the former unit seemed to become the focus of the name Albania. As for the northern tribes, according to Alexander Hakopan, the term Albanians never became an ethnonym. the name by which these tribes would call themselves. By the 3rd century CE, it seemed to be used in sources as a collective name for the population of the Kingdom of Albania. What Marco Baez presented in the first part of his very interesting paper actually confirms this. Such name extensions and shrinking are not something unique, but in this particular case, it became the root of historiographic puzzles and eventually led to the recent bloody war in the region. In the early 10th century, the Bagratite kings of Armenia tried to reunite the Armenian provinces into a new Great Armenia, but they didn't succeed, mainly because of the principality's feudal tendency toward dissipation. In the case of Albania Arvank, such an opposition to unification took an interesting name-oriented form. To prove her rights to sovereignty, Arvank used a specific name. My analysis is based mainly on Karan Katvatsi's history of Albania and also Alexander Hakopian's book on Albania Arvank in the Greek and Latin and Old Armenian sources, which he published in Russian in 1987. The mentioned name-oriented opposition was actually an ethno-secessionist movement, although its advocates, of course, were not thinking of these modern anthropological categories. They just wanted to be independent. It is characteristic that this attitude of Alexander Hakopian, which he presented in a number of lectures in 1988, was not encouraged by academic circles. In the context of the rallies of the time directed at the reunification of Mountainous Karabakh with Armenia. No wonder that it was a historian, Moses Dashurancio Karakatvatsi, who undertook this task. There are different opinions on whether these were the two names of one Moses who lived in the 10th century, or there were two historians bearing the same first name Moses and living respectively in the 7th and 10th centuries. In the context of the aforementioned opposition to the activities of the Bagratite kings, the 10th century opinion looks more probable. Varag Arakelan, the publisher of the critical text of the history in 1983, thinks that either some feudal prince commissioned a historian to undertake this task, or it was the author's initiative. In any case, we have either the classic politician-historian pair, as in the case of Hovannisian, or a nationalist, intellectual, anxious to have a national history. The last option, I think, is rather a reflection of the image of modern nationalist historian than a medieval reality. Thus, already in the 10th century, we have a case where a historian was constructing a national history. In other cases, for example, in Hovannisian's history, this was not expressed so explicitly. While Karakatvatsi seemed to pursue a specific aim to prove that Albania Arvank was a specific country different from Armenia, with a specific people differing from the Armenians. Interestingly, in Georgia, we have the opposite case, when neighboring but genetically not related peoples, Armenians and Georgians, were declared relatives by blood by constructing a legend in the 11th century, stating that their respective progenitors were brothers. But what is very interesting to do this, Karakatvatsi was constructing the history of Albania almost in the same scheme as a modern researcher would examine, or rather invent, a modern nation. In this sense, the title of his work could give some clues to the history-making logic of the author. Following Nerses Hakinyan, the original name of the work was Պատմություն Աղվանից, which can be interpreted as History of Աղվանք Albania or History of the Աղvanians Albanians. Both translations are grammatically permissible, as in the case of Hovannisi's Hauts Պատմություն. An 18th century copyist invented a new title, Պատմություն Աղվանից Աշխարհի, also with two possible interpretations: a history of the country of Աղվանք, Albania, and history of the country of the Աղvanians, Albanians, which was used later in many publications and translations. Non-Armenian authors usually prefer to have the people and not the country in the title. But while Charles Dowsett in 1961 evidently follows the translator tradition founded by Robert Thompson, Farida Mamedova in 1977 seems to follow some aims other than linguistic ones. For Mamedova, the term Albanians unconditionally means an ethnonym, the name of the tribes that were thought to be the direct ancestors of the modern Azerbaijanis. The next step is another name involving operation, to consider Albania a country with exclusively Albanian population, a kind of a nation state with corresponding historical, territorial, and political reconsideration of Transcaucasia. Interestingly, when translating Hovannisi's Hauts Պատմություն in the same way as History of the Armenians and not as History of Armenia, Farida Mamedova already now in 1995 uses quite different logic. She claims that the term History of the Armenian people should be used instead of the term History of Armenia, since Armenians were always scattered in the world and never formed a state that one may call Armenia. As for Karantvaz's history, the analysis of the text shows that its author meant history of Albania, since he was describing the country in general and not its northern tribes exclusively. Even if the book's title will be understood as History of the Albanians, the term Albanians is used here in the name as the name of its citizens, inhabitants of Albania. With this, Seppo Aslanan already cited this part from Asatur Natsakanyan's work, and I'm following him as well. With strict differentiation between the population of the right banks of the Kura River, us, implicitly Armenians, and that of the left banks, them, explicitly barbarous northern tribes. To construct a national history, the author took as a model Hovannisi's Hauts Պատմություն. In the same manner, he introduced the progenitor of the Albanians, but also pursuing another aim, to prove that his people had a different history and hence a different ancestor. However, the author didn't move too far away from the Armenians' traditional ancestor, Torgom, Togarma, who was a grandson of Noah's son, Japheth, and the father of Haik. As a matter of fact, he couldn't go too far away. The part of the world where Armenia and Աղվանք were located was thought to be inhabited by the peoples originating from Japheth. But since all the descendants of Japheth were already appropriated by one people or another, Karantvazı had to share an ancestor with some other people. The author chose the Cypriots, who were thought to originate from another grandson of Japheth, Kitim, who was Torgom's nephew. The author divides the Proto-Cypriots into two parts: the pagan islanders, that is, the Cypriots, who left for the west, and those who stayed in the north and gave birth to the Albanians. Hovannisi had more freedom in fitting the national legend about Haik with the biblical story of flood survivors. Here I am actually stating that Hovannisi's history dates back to the 5th century. I can't go into details here, but after textological analysis of Azerbaijan in 2015, this date, I think, seems to be much more confirmed. The later historians start to create a history, the less heroes, peoples, and cultures are available to choose the national ancestors from. As a matter of fact, this is just what happened with the Azerbaijani historians who began to write their history only in Soviet times. Thus, for a 10th century creator of a sovereign people, the most significant point was to have a history beginning from a specific hero progenitor. It is interesting to further follow the logic of this medieval demiurgic activity, since although it was following the traditional way of describing a people, it also seems to correlate, as I said earlier, with a description a modern analyst would give to an ethnic or a non-Western nation, as Anthony Smith does. After presenting in chapter 1.2 the aforementioned genealogy of Japheth and the origin of the Albanians, the author continues in chapter 1.3 with naming and counting the kings after Japheth and outlining the borders of the world where Japheth's son spread. However, the chapter is called On the Peoples Which Know Writing, reflecting the first sentence of this chapter, where people having written language are listed, Armenians and Albanians among them. So the chapter names the second traditional characteristic of a nation, language. This point raises many questions. The first and the most essential is in what language was the original text of the history written? We already spoke about this, we heard about this. The most ancient copy of the text dates from 1288, 1289, and is written in Old Armenian. Armenian scholars have no doubt that both Moses, if there were two, were Armenian and wrote the original text in Armenian. Azerbaijani scholars, however, believe the original language of the history to be Albanian. They believe Armenians destroyed the original text, translating it into Armenian in advance, together with all the other Albanian texts, especially those on the monuments of history and art, in order to Armenicize them. The fourth chapter introduces the first ruler of Arwak, named Aran. The country got its name after his nickname Aru, meaning gentle in Armenian. Another implicit hint in favor of the Armenian proto-text. I'm following Mnatsakanian here as well. This means that the author used the country to people model. That is, Albanians are interpreted as a derivative of the polytonym Albania Arwak, and not as a tribal name. Compare Americans. Major Albanian tribes are named in the same chapter, and we learn that the aristocracy was related to the first mentioned ruler Ara. In the same fourth chapter, the author outlines the boundaries of Arwak, from the Araxes River to a spot where the boundaries of Greater Armenia, Georgia, and Arwak met. However, the word boundaries figures in the next, the fifth chapter, where the tribes, where the reaches within Arwak borders are characterized. That is, we now have a progenitor, a language, a territory, and a name story for a people. The next characteristic is religion. which is thoroughly discussed in many chapters, beginning with the 6 and 7 chapters speaking about Yerisha, the disciple of the Apostle Thaddeus, who founded the first church in Utik and in general Christianity in the East. Introducing this important characteristic of a nation, the author of the history tries to accentuate that Albanians were not subordinate to Armenians in this regard either, and were even the first to adopt Christianity. This competition in primacy reflects the needs of a separate nation to have, if not a separate, then at least a more ancient religion. Although the author of the history discusses the events of the times of the beginning, he seems to reflect a more recent situation beginning in 552, when the Albanian Catholic state was established and received its ordination and canonical authority from the Catholicos of Armenia. Thus, we have a list of the main characteristics of the nation, at least in its non-Western perception. However, one and the most important characteristic is not yet in this list. This is the characteristic of identity, which many scholars of nations and nationalism consider the crucial, if not the only characteristic of a group to become a separate ethnic unit. Regarding our case, what did the term Albanian mean for the author of the history? He never mentions his being Armenian. However, this could be understood from the context of the history. Although the ethno-secessionist trend forced its author to look for an independent genealogical line for the Albanians, the proto-Albanian tribes of the north were considered by him to be, it's a citation, savage newcomers. It's in chapter 1.2, a very strange attitude of an Albanian nationalist. Actually, he was using the term Albanians as residents of Albania, including himself, in the sense close to the modern term citizens. The ethno-separatist trend of Arwang to create a new ethnos, which might have had a future in the context of the 10th century, later seemed to die down as a result of the Seljuk invasions and the end of the Bagratuni kingdom. Unlike the one-time ethno-secessionism, which resulted from a political secessionism, a powerful fight for political reunion with Armenia took place in Artsakh in the late 1980s, based on the idea of ethnic unity. However, Azerbaijani historians and their assiduous students, politicians, and as a consequence, the common people following them, continue to abide under the power of the magic of naming. Thus, the author of the history of Arwang tried to save his people from the centripetal appetites of the Armenian medieval kings, but instead put them into the trap of modern Azerbaijani expansionism. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abrahamyan, for this very valuable contextualization of this crucial source and for the issues regarding its interpretation in 20th century historiography. Again, of course, returning us to the significance of these essential terms of ethnology and territoriality and the crucial difference between them. At this point, I'd like to call on our discussant to give his overview and insight into the issues discussed in the panel before. Let me briefly introduce him. Mark Mabigonyan is the Director of Academic Affairs at the National Association for Armenian Studies and Research, known by its acronym NAASR, where he has worked since 1998. He is the editor of the book, The Armenians of New England, and the co-author of annotated editions of James Joyce's novels, A Portrait of the Artist as a Young Man and Ulysses. His work has appeared in the Journal of Armenian Studies, the Journal of the Society for Armenian Studies, Genocide Studies International, the Armenian Review, and the James Joyce Quarterly, as well as in other locations. So Mark, the floor is now yours.
Thank you very much, Peter. I hope I'm being heard clearly enough. And thank you indeed to all the panelists. We've just heard 4 highly learned papers on different but overlapping or intersecting aspects of the inventive tradition of Caucasian Albanian history. And it's my privilege and challenge to try to act as a discussant. And I'd like to briefly just give an overview of what we've heard to reacquaint ourselves. Marco Weiss, Albanians and Albania in Greek and Latin sources, calls for return to and critical engagement with the classical sources and what they tell us about the Caucasian Albanians and Caucasian Albania, which sources, while not abundant and whatever their limitations, are incomparably closer in time, as he says, than other sources, and certainly include information not supportive of nationalist constructions of the Albanians promoted in recent times. Indeed, as he says, on the contrary, quote, the inclusion of all the data handed down by the classical sources in the evaluation of the territorial extension of Albania is decisive for the formulation of a dynamic model of the political balances in the Eastern Caucasus, according to which the area defined by the sources as Albania varied in the course of centuries. Our prime mover for the conference, Sebu Aslanyan, calls for the history of Caucasian Albania to not be viewed narrowly through the lens of the nation state, but rather through the lens of empire and cross-cultural interaction. That is, that it not serve the needs of the nation state. While not equating the aims or the methods of historians in Azerbaijan and Armenia, he examines the paper war that not coincidentally flared up in the 1960s in the immediate aftermath of early efforts by Armenian intellectuals to discuss the Nagorno-Karabakh issue, and in particular looks at the Herculean efforts of Zia Bunyatov and his followers to cement Azerbaijan's claims to that territory, that is to say Nagorno-Karabakh, as the inheritors of the land's true owners, the Caucasian Albanians. As Sebu notes in the written version of the paper that I had the opportunity to read beforehand, quote, if the Albanians did not exist, one can be sure that another ancestral group, another suitable past would have been invented. Although one might just as easily say that even though the Albanians did exist, they were still nevertheless also invented. Igor Dorfman-Lazarev, The Legacy of Stalinism, examines the genesis of historiographical practices that have been deployed to legitimize Azerbaijan's claims on Nagorno-Karabakh, Artsakh, and at the same time to delegitimize Armenia's claims, if not the very fact of Armenia itself. He establishes that the close relationship between these current cornerstones of the Aliyev regime and Azerbaijan's historical establishment are firmly rooted in Stalinist nationality policies of the 1930s, which had the effect of highlighting or perhaps requiring the creation of primordial differences among the nationalities and consolidating exclusionary understandings of ethnic identity, and which in Azerbaijan aimed at definitively de-Turkifying it and consolidating a new nationality not susceptible to the siren song of pan-Turkism. In due course, this came to center on the concept of indigeneity rooted in the notion of the Caucasian Albanian origins of Azerbaijan, an origin dissociated from any link to Armenians or other groups in the region. And Levon Abrahamian's semiotic roots of the Caucasian Albania issue points to the power of names and naming, and indeed the creative power of the name in question being, of course, Albania, and the ways in which it has been constructed, reconstructed, deconstructed, and manipulated. Like many other names of places, it did not always mean the same thing, and he aptly observes that such name extensions and shrinking are not something unique. They reflect the many moves in the historical game, especially in feudal times. But this particular case, it became the root of the historiographic puzzles and eventually led to the bloody war in the region. But just what did Albania or Albanian mean even to Moses Dashkuransi, who wrote its history? This is not clear. What is clearer is the irony noted by Abrahamian in conclusion that, quote, the author of the history of Albank tried to save his people from the centripetal appetites of the Armenian medieval kings, but instead put them into the trap of modern Azerbaijani expansionism. I apologize for any oversimplifications of these four extremely complicated papers, and I'm sure in smoothing out any of those issues, the speakers will gently correct me in their own further remarks. The three modern nation states of the South Caucasus, Georgia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan, are effectively the same age. However, two of them, Georgia and Armenia, have ancient national churches, a large corpus of historical texts dating back to the early centuries of the Christian or Common Era, and are considered to have a many centuries long existence as some kind of collective entity or ethnos or ethne. That the same could not be said about Azerbaijan is not, or need not be, a value judgment. But as we have heard, it posed a kind of existential problem starting in the 1930s with the institutionalization and enforcement of Stalin's doctrine or doctrines of nationalities, when each of the constitutive Soviet republics or nations had to have or to invent a distinctive national history, national culture, and autochthonous origins. That such policies were implemented in a state, the USSR, that was ostensibly born of internationalist or transnationalist impulses points to some of the fundamental paradoxes of what is sometimes called the Soviet experiment. One can speculate what the psychological dynamic was among the three Transcaucasian states who were not equipped with, to borrow a contemporary term, comparable origin stories. In fact, it was only this past week that my NAASR colleague, Ani Babayan, brought to my attention that there exists in Armenian circles, and I have to be vague here, the belief that in the 1930s, Stalin asked Armenian historians to help create a history for their Azeri comrades, and that the Armenian scholar Suren Yeremian responded to this by declaring, "Comrade Stalin is right, we must make a history for our brother Azerbaijanis." Jishte asum unker Stalina menk pardovorenk mer yekpar Azerbaijan sineri hamar patmution stektsel. Pardon my Armenian. Whether this is true or not matters, but it's not the only thing that matters, since even if it is untrue, it is highly suggestive, a subject perhaps for further research, and I would welcome the comments of any of the panelists. At any rate, according to Harun Yilmaz, who's previously been invoked by Igor, whose book National Identities in Soviet Historiography is an important contribution, the never published first draft of the Azerbaijani national history, begun in 1936 under Stalin's directive, was, quote, criticized in Moscow for its weakness in defending the Azerbaijani identity against the Turkic ethno-linguistic definition and its failure to emphasize the primordial brotherhood of Armenians, Georgians, and Azerbaijanis, unquote. A new version in which the fascinating and enigmatic Zelig Yampolsky seems to have played a key role, presumably aimed at correcting this problem, and maybe succeeded, I don't know. Yampolsky is, of course, discussed at length by Victor Schnirelman in his seminal work, The Value of the Past. All in all, one cannot help but be impressed by the fluidity of the Azerbaijani approach or approaches at various times across decades. If the tracing of Azerbaijan's ethnogenesis to the Medes or Caucasian Albanians was a product of Stalin's nationalities policies, when the need to shield Azerbaijan from pan-Turkism was felt to be acute, and took full flight in the post-Stalin era thanks to Bunyatov and his followers, as we've heard from Sebu, and returned with a vengeance, shall we say, in the post-1988 period, and remains alive and well today, nowadays there seems to be no contradiction between Azerbaijan on the one hand continuing to assert a sort of inherent Caucasian Albanian identity, while on the other hand continuing to proclaim Azerbaijan and Turkey as one nation and two states. And on the third hand, if you will, asserting the essential unity of the modern Republic of Azerbaijan and the area, in fact, known from time immemorial as Azerbaijan, namely, aka Persian Azerbaijan, while at the same time, perhaps a fourth hand, also asserting that the so-called Armenians living in Nagorno-Karabakh, if not those in the Armenian Republic, are in fact some sort of crypto-Albanians, and that any so-called Armenian monuments in Karabakh are actually Albanian. if not also in Armenia itself and into Western Armenia, modern-day Turkey, as far as Lake Van, as Sebu discussed. So it stands to reason in finger quotes, that the rich heritage of Armenian monuments that Azerbaijan insists never existed in Nakhichevan must also have been Caucasian Albanian. And so one wonders why they had to be eradicated, especially if they never existed in the first place. F. Scott Fitzgerald wrote that the test of a first-rate intelligence is the ability to hold two opposed ideas in mind at the same time and still retain the ability to function. So, QED. Of course, nationalist, primordialist historiography is not unique to Azerbaijan, and it is amply attested in Armenia as well. It is fortunate that there has also existed and continues to exist a countervailing Armenian historiography that recognizes the tremendous diversity of the region and does not reduce the complexity of the past to a simplistic vision of something that is just like the present, only without cell phones and flat screen TVs, so to speak. Scholars such as Tumanov, Husin, Bernutian, to mention just three who are no longer with us, through rigorous scholarship show, among other things, the antiquity of the Armenian presence in Artsakh, but not in an exclusionary manner, denying the existence of others who lived in the region, including the Caucasian Albanians. Husin and Bernutian also pushed back against the willful historical distortions of Bunyatov and his acolytes, out of historical honesty, certainly, but perhaps also recognizing that those who eradicate people from historical texts are paving the way for their eradication, period. Finally, the rhetorical thrust of the question posed by the title of this conference, is the pen mightier than the sword, allows for some leeway in formulating an answer, but I doubt anyone here would sell either weapon short. We know all too well that what the sword and the cluster bomb, and as Sebu has said, the drone are capable of. But we also know the story often told of Abraham Lincoln's meeting with Harriet Beecher Stowe and his statement, "So this is the little lady who made this big war." The story may be apocryphal, and Uncle Tom's Cabin is a novel and not a work of history, but it is duly recognized, or should be, that books and the ideas they contain can be potent influences on people, moving them to violence in the service of deeply held beliefs, or else providing an intellectual justification for such actions. I will cease and stop, and I would welcome any further remarks from the panelists.
So thank you very much, Mark, for your comments. Now the floor is open to the panelists to respond to these comments of Mark.
So Mark, you don't have any specific question?
Well, actually I do. I would welcome for any further insights into this notion that it was the Armenians who helped foster or create the writing of an Azerbaijani history in the 1930s. And I would actually also like to ask about the existence of any countervailing trend or movement in Azerbaijani historiography that goes against the Bunyatov tradition.
Okay.
Those are my first two questions. Thank you for.
So what was the first one again? I got the last one, but I forgot the first one.
Whether there is any foundation or yes.
Any alternative against the grain readings of Azerbaijani history by Azerbaijani scholars?
That is one point, yes.
Okay. What was the other point?
Whether there is any foundation to the belief that Armenians in the 1930s were involved in the writing of the Azerbaijani national history.
That I could share with you some reflections on this on the problems that this document poses. That on the one hand, indeed, in 1935, it is just a year and a half after the last in the list of the non-Muslim, non-Azeri leaders of Azerbaijan is replaced, the Armenian Ruben Rubenov, by Baghirov. And it is with his coming to power that that the work on the history of Azerbaijan starts, and so he orders actually the historians, the collective of historians, to elaborate the history. So in the date fits. On the other hand, we know that there was the Stalinist politics of dividing the sphere of activity of each national history. So basically, sorry, each one had to mind his own business and not to meddle with his neighbors. Whether there was such a parenthesis in which the Armenians were involved, who knows? Yeah, and then the last problem that I see here is that in the first, as Victor Schnirelmann certainly will explain to us, in the first versions of the history of Azerbaijan, Albania and the Albanians do not play a very prominent role yet. And even in one of the earliest versions, I think that in the first, Stalin's words are quoted. It is Stalin who defines who are the ancestors of the Azerbaijani people. And they are the Medes. And so it may not be excluded that at that point, around 35, there were consultations with the Armenian historians who obviously were more able to read the Armenian sources on the history of Caucasian Albania. And as often happened, they were then ousted. And then another theory, another explanation, another ideological approach prevailed. It's very possible.
Well, can I respond to your second question, since I don't think anybody else is interested in tackling it? It's a really great question as to whether there are against the grain scholars of Azeri origin in Azerbaijan or outside who take issue with the dominant paradigm that seems to be very popular on social media and even in some military circles, I'm sure. So are there any other people of this sort? The answer is I don't know exactly. I'm not a scholar of this. I'm not a specialist in this area, but I do know at least one person who I think deserves to be discussed or mentioned as a serious scholar who doesn't buy into the official myth-making of nationalist historiography. And that is, of course, the person we both mentioned, you mentioned, as well as Igor mentioned, and that is Harun Yilmaz, who has this wonderful essay in Iranian studies published several years ago, I think maybe 10, 12 years ago. You were the one who brought it to my attention, Mark. So and there's also his book on the construction of Azeri identity and nationality and so on. And there are other scholars as well, particularly not Azeri, but outside scholars who are not your typical ethnic or nationalist scholars. So I can't really, Peter, if you could take a look at the Google document, that would be
yes. In fact, there are one or two questions that have been raised. Fundamentally, most of our discussion has focused on Armenian-Azeri interchange, both in the historical period and the interpretation of the 20th century. But there is a question that raises the parallel situation of relations precisely of the same type that relate the Georgians to the Azerbaijanis. And as I'm sure several of you know, there is a contested monastery of David Gareja, which is right on the border, at the southern border then between the Georgian Republic and Azerbaijan. Part of it, the large part, obviously is within the Georgian territory, but there is a section of it which continues on into Azerbaijani territory. And there is a dispute between the two authorities in terms of ownership and obviously possibility for renewal, restoration, etc. And so the question would like you to comment on that if you are so inclined.
May I add something?
By all means, of course.
Yes, the first question, Mark's question, and Igor said something about this, that possibility that Armenian scholars, and namely Suren Yeremian, said this kind of things. I think this is very probable, but it has to be said that it's not the same thing as the history of Azerbaijan, this famous 2-volume textbook, like this history was he wanted to do. But just as a historian, of course, why not? He was eager to make, I'm sure, to make some help as a historian to create the history of Azerbaijan and Albania. And this, why I'm saying this, that it's not just the same what Bunyatov or others said, that did creating, inventing history. He would like to not to invent. Perhaps he would not. He will also invent something, but he would do it as a historian, not as a falsifier of history. And by the way, he was the advisor of Farida Mamedov's first doctoral dissertation. So this also shows that the Armenian historians and scholars were eager, and I can tell this for our institute because we were the only institute where a doctorate dissertation could be defended in Transcaucasian Soviet times, and I was the scientific secretary of this council. And many Azerbaijanis were at that time scientifically could do their work in history and archaeology and ethnography of Azerbaijan. Interestingly, Yeremian wrote that Caucasian Albanians had economy, some primitive economy, something that now James Scott is discussing about the tribes. But in Russian it was called Первобытная община, that is a primitive economy. And Farida Mamedova later, of course, after she defended, said that no, it is not right. In Albania, there were feudal already, economy. And both were right. That is very interesting. But Suren Yeremian was looking from the right banks to the left banks, and Farida Mamedova from the left bank to the right bank. So this shows that there were different types of economies, different types of peoples living in Albania, which has the same name for different people.
So can I just add one thing to what Levon said, and in response to also to something that Peter brought up, and that is that has to do with the question of the uses of the Caucasian Albanians outside of the Karabakh dispute alone. As one of the people who asked us the question, Haik Demoyan, pointed out, there is this interesting Georgian-Azerbaijani dispute on Caucasian Albanian heritage that focuses on the David Gareji Georgian monastery, which Kawi mentioned as being on the southern frontier with Azerbaijan and as being a source of conflict on both sides. So the Albanians seem to be quite, I don't know how to refer to them. They've been dead for over 1,000 years as a civilization, but they've been up to quite a bit of mischief in that area, in the sense that at the very least, there's one other conflict that I'm aware of that never really accomplished, never really got off the ground as much as the Karabakh conflict did, but that did also involve the Caucasian Albanians in a disputed ownership of history in the middle, and with a good deal of forgery of documents and so on to buttress a case of a completely irrational reading of the past and so on. And the case I'm referring to has to do with the Lezgi connection in Dagestan with the Caucasian Albanians. Murt, if I'm not mistaken, a few weeks ago alone, only a few weeks ago, I read an interesting piece by Murtazali Gajiev, a Dagestani scholar, not a Lesbian scholar, I think, but Dagestani as a whole, who has written an essay on the Caucasian Albanian tempest in a teapot created in the 1990s, exactly at the same time as the Karabakh war was underway, and as people in the streets, in demonstrations and so on, were talking about the Caucasian Albanians as if they were their neighbors from yesterday. Exactly at that same time, a similar dispute was being waged in Dagestan between Lezgi nationalists and others on the so-called on the discovery of a so-called Albanian book, which Gajiev demonstrated was a forgery. So there must be something in the water of Caucasian Albania that makes them somewhat pliable to being used and manipulated by external agents for the purposes of reclaiming some form of a past and creating a nation. So I just wanted to put it out there that people should know this. And of course, the Gareji dispute is also an important one involving Georgia. So it's not just Armenians and Azeris on the Caucasian Albanian front disputing over ownership of past and present. It's also, in this case, with the Lezgi, with as well as with Georgians involving this David Gareji monastery. So, but those are just something I wanted to mention. Peter, do you want to choose? Do you want to curate some questions?
Well, actually, I have a question of my own, if I am permitted. This is to Levon, particularly in connection then with his presentation with regard to Moses Galangatvatsi's history, particularly, I think, relating to the overall period, and of course, the whole approach of this history. So my fundamental question is, connected also, of course, with the context in which this has been interpreted, fundamentally with regard to the appropriateness of using language of nationalism with regard to this period. So this is the first question. I also related to that is this sense then of, in that period, of a sense then of this Armenian state unity, unification, etc., and the overall context in which this work was written. And I think that one point that I'd particularly like your comment on is the broader ecclesiastical context. And this, of course, is a history written by an ecclesiastic. And I think it's very significant that we see that overall there is this tendency for the Armenian Catholicate to view the Catholicate of Albania as being subordinate, and certainly, of course, they are supposed to be in communion. However, one of the points which I think is very important is that we have a whole history of the Albanian counterpart seeking to maintain distinctiveness, not to be perceived as being subordinate to the Armenian Sea. And so obviously this will begin with ethnic Albanian representatives in, for example, then the 6th, early 7th century. However, we see that this process continues right through, in fact, in many ways you could argue that this is extremely important also in contacts with Russia, taking us into the 18th century. But certainly, I think it's very important that in the 10th, we see that these sorts of I don't say secession, but rather these distinctive tendencies wishing to mark a distinction between the situation ecclesiastically. And I think that this can be paralleled also in terms then of dynastic perspectives, wishing to maintain that sort of, as I say, distinctiveness, with the result that in many ways it would appear that this is much more of a norm in terms of these sorts of relations, rather than a sort of independent secessionist tendency that emerges almost like out of the blue in terms of the background to the composition of this particular work. And hence then undermining the notion that there is, or there was at that time, this unificatory sense of Armenian identity, particularly with regard to statehood.
Thank you, Peter. First question is about whether the terms of nationalism can be used. Actually, it's a paradox, by the way, for me as well. But really, you see that an author of the 10th century is doing the same thing as a modern nationalist, really nationalist, or some researcher, some scholar of nation, better to say, a scholar of nationalism may do to create a nation as now it is understood as a nation. So it's a kind of a paradox, but I just use this to show that even in the 10th century, they were thinking in a way that now modern researchers, anthropologists may create or invent a nation. So if you want to invent a nation, you are doing the same thing in the 10th century and now in the 21st century. it's something I played with this. And as for your second question, you are quite right. I only use this as one characteristic of this nation building process, also modern and not very modern, as we see. And I think you are right. And there are many in many chapters of Katvatsi, they discuss this problem, and the main point is that whether who is the main. You see, who is the boss? That's every time they were changing this attitude, by the way, and Farida Mamedova does not know this, or she would write this, but in the publication of Varagara Kilan, the critical text, he writes that in one of the latest copies of the 18th century, not 18th century, but in the 18th century, Simeon Yerevansi himself made the last correction, so that he edited what, and he said that this Albanian monks did. So they always were. So it's a page. I haven't seen the manuscript, but they said that it's opaque, so that that always they were taking some layer and putting something new there. And the last thing did Simeon Yerevansi. So it was really a very important thing, and it was a specific thing. I just used this as one of the characteristics of modern nation.
Thank you. Marco, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I would like to say something about what you asked to Levon. That you said that in the history of the Albanians there is at least some. You can see the will to keep a distinction between the Armenian Church and the Albanian Church, and you said that perhaps this is connected with an ethnic Albanian, you said.
No, I did not.
Oh, maybe I got wrongly your point.
No, I was talking about dynastic distinction among Armenians.
Because I think that it could be also an Armenian speaking on the side of the Albanian church. It is, I think it is that history, all the work is like a product of what I can say, I can call a shared feature of ethnicity, because the language is Armenian, but sometimes the traditions are purely Albanians. For instance, the traditions according to which Christianity reached Albania. There are two versions, as Mahe pointed out. So I think there is a mixture, and I think it is an example, that work, of shared features of ethnicity. We cannot say that it is Albanian or Armenian. Clearly, he writes in Armenian, but sometimes his point of view is not exactly Armenian, but it is something very close to what we can say Albanian, what is not Albanian, in fact, but what just to say that it's not Armenian. This is my
yes,
point.
Igor, you have your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, indeed. I'm agree with Marco, and I think that the author or the editor, the final editor, he accepts that kingdom is kingdom is a fundamental category in his book. Is not to be unique in Albania. So there are different kings, and he speaks about different kings, and I think it is very important that the book begins with the story of the kings, the Persian, the Armenian, the Albanian kings. First, the genesis of these peoples, and then their kings, and then it ends with the enthronement, the coronation of Sennacherib, and it is said that Sennacherib restores the throne which has been Khapanial. So he restores some a continuity, uninterrupted kingship. So one may say that, in fact, that Arvank, for him, I think, it is basically a people destined to become a kingdom. That's his idea of people, I think. By the way, several commentators have also stressed this centrality of the idea of kingship for Karen Kartadze. Thank you.
Yes, Sebu?
Yeah, I wanted to only second what Marco said earlier, which is that we have to be cautious about not introducing distinct borders or lines of identity between individuals even, let alone groups. And I'm just surprised often at the level of confidence with which people can say, well, it must have been an Armenian this or an Azeri that, because even today, in the 21st century, the terms Armenian, Azeri, or anything for that matter, French, American, no matter what subject position one is embracing, are not always clearly articulated. Everything seems to be more porous than clarified. And I think this is probably also the case in the earlier period, more so than now. And with that said, I wanted to ask a question to Levon, and that is, I'm wondering, Levon, to what extent you think your reading of Karen Kartadze's text as a semiotic object runs the risk of doing precisely the kind of thing that we're trying to perhaps be cautious about not doing. And that is projecting 19th century, 20th century ideals of nationalism and nationhood to a time where clearly I'm willing to bet my condo on this, I'm willing to put everything on the line on this. Clearly, there was absolutely no notion of nationalism. Nationalism does not exist before the late 18th century, mid-19th century. It's a political ideology that is post-Enlightenment and European in a very strong and cancerous way. It doesn't exist in the period of the 10th century. What you may have are ethnies in a Smith sense of the term, which you mentioned, which I totally agree with in some ways, but you don't have nations as modern entities with clarified, clearly delineated boundaries, with identities that are stable and standardized, and with a linear continuity across millennia from the greater, whatever your republic may be in the past, to the current malaise that your people are facing today. There's the idea of a continuity, of sameness, of nationalism seem a little, to me, too far to project backwards to the text. I would only say ethne would be a better concept, even though it's not well articulated by Smith, but at least it doesn't have politicization of identity, and it doesn't have a nation statist kind of notion of sovereignty. Without sovereignty, you don't have a nation. Without modern sovereignty, and sovereignty is a modern 20th century, 19th century, 18th century concept. Without that, you cannot have nations. You can have ethnies, you can have ethnic social formations, you can come up with whatever term you want, ethnos, as in Bromley or the others, but you can't have modern nations. It just would be categorically inconceivable for me, but that's probably, there's a lot of bias on my part in terms of the baggage that nationalism has given to most of us today in the 20th century. But I'm going to defer to experts who know much more about this than I do. And I will, if Ron wants to step in and say something, feel free.
Let me say one thing before Ron. Yes. Yeah, the point is that always I was saying and writing nationalism, I was meaning it in quotation marks. It's not just nation. So I was just only saying that the same distinctions that ethne or something he was trying to do, Karankat was the author of the history, he was doing the same way as the modern researcher is doing, who knows already the nation. So he was not, of course, just speaking about nation and nationalism. So I didn't raise my hand to show that I'm not saying nation and nationalism in the sense that you are using. But I can tell you that my research that I did in other occasions show that something more than ethne there was present in Armenia, by the way, in the 5th century, and not just the same way constructed, but not constructed as a nation, but every intellectual was doing some things. He was contributing to make some reforms, and as a byproduct, something was created, a group which was, you can't call ethne and you can't call nation, but which has many characteristics of modern nation. It's an invented nation. So it's another question, and we can speak about this for some special occasion. But here I use not the nation in the sense you are saying. I was just trying to show the similarities, the structural similarities of the two authors who want to make some distinctive group. That we say. It was, of course, it was something like it.
Probably more into a confessional identity based on whether you agree with Chalcedon or not. I think those issues are much more important for people in the 10th century or 8th century, especially, than their national identity in the current sense of the term. I think they're more concerned about religious disputes and confessional.
Well, religious, they were the same religion. Now they had the problem who was subordinate, only this. So they were not speaking about the religion. So I'm just want to repeat that I was not saying that there was nation and nationalism, but it was some correlations with these two. To make distinction, you use the same thing. So modern, you can say that modern researchers are using the same method as the 10th century historian was doing.
Ron Sudi, yes, please go ahead. You have your hand up.
Yeah, this is a very fraught question, a very difficult question. And I hope that I'll work out some answer to this in the book I'm writing. And I would say that between Cebu and Levon, I take what I'm going to call a radical middle position. That is, there's truth in both of what you're saying. And I think what a good anthropologist and a good historian do, what you're doing, is looking at what, at a given moment and place, people are talking about or articulating as identities. So that obviously that process of identity making occurs across time. But at different times, as Cebu mentions, it could be confessional. And I've been playing with this because even though I'm anti-primordialist, I guess in some sense we all are by now, I start this book with ancient Israel. Why? Because ancient Israel became a place where certain tropes and ways of thinking about governance, community, etc., were first articulated and then adopted in the Judeo-Christian tradition through Europe, and would be deployed here and there, chosen people, covenant with God, all these different things through time. And it seems to me that what's very interesting about the discussion today is that in the 1960s, for very particular reasons, in the Soviet Union, there was a need, a requirement by Azerbaijanis first, and then Armenians in defensive reaction to that, to articulate this primordial ethnogenesis and link it to the Albanians. I mean, it's quite extraordinary that that would happen and that it would be permitted to happen in the Soviet Union when there were all kinds of costs to that, costs that, some of you have extended even to last year's war. And it seems that's a really interesting question, and I'm not sure we have a very good answer to that. The early 1960s, and I happened to be in the Soviet Union then, I was very young, but I was there in 65, 66. And you remember it was a time of a lot of ferment. First of all, there was serious openings. Khrushchev had fallen in October 1964. In 64, 66, there was a new regime which was still finding its way. It later clamped down with the arrest of Sinyavsky and Daniel, and things went in a way very quickly by the winter of 1966. But this was also the time of the first demonstrations in Yerevan about the genocide, right? Which we all remember in April 1965. And it seems to me at that moment, and if we were more contextual about what was going on exactly then, we could try to find a better explanation for why the Azerbaijanis reacted this way and felt threatened enough, almost existentially threatened to their national identity, that they grasped this outrageous, primordial explanation for who they were and why they belong here as legitimately as the Armenians.
Igor has his hand up.
I think that one of the explanations is that the Soviet conception of nationalities did not leave room to another concept, another idea of nationality. There could be no federation. There could be no building of nationality. The nationality, it was something inherited. And it is upon that inherited nationality that one could claim the possession of the territory. And it is quite clear, for example, in the article written by Jan Polski in the Soviet Archaeological Encyclopedia, I think, because Jan Polski also acted as a speaker for Azerbaijani historiography, which he had shaped in Moscow. And there he explains that the ancient Albanians are the ancestors of the Azerbaijani people, and then part of the Georgians of Kakheti, the Armenians of Karabakh, and then he names several Dagestani people and so on, but no one of them is called people. They're simple Georgians of Kakheti, Armenians, and so on. But the Azerbaijani people, why? Because the Azerbaijani people as a whole is the titular nation of Caucasian Albania. So there is a one-way correspondence between the two.
So I have a quick question, and then I think I want to make a comment about tomorrow. So I think we're also testing people's patience, and unless there are more questions sent to the Q&A box, I will just I have a question to ask, and then we will have to adjourn for tomorrow. And the question I have is to everyone on this panel, not myself, obviously, but everybody else. Do you know of any work done on the resuscitation or resurrection of the Caucasian Albanians as an entity worthy of study in the 19th century? Has anyone done a kind of analysis of Orientalism, so to speak, vis-a-vis the Caucasian Albanians? In other words, the discourse on Caucasian Albania in the 19th century in a way that could allow us to connect it to the founder of discursivity as far as Albanian invented traditions are concerned, Jan Polski. So is there a way of connecting Jan Polski to the 19th century pre-history of this kind of new wonderment as to this unknown peoples in the Caucasus who were called the Caucasian Albanians? Is there any work done on that to the best of your knowledge here? Igor or Levon or...
I don't know, unfortunately.
So we don't know how it surfaced in the 1910s or 20s. There's no paper trail prior to that in the 19th century as far as Orientalists taking an interest in this lost people. We
do know that Jan Polski frequented Armenian scholars in the 20s, and he also visited different archaeological sites. So there were contacts in the first Soviet years, and there it is there that I come back to Mark Mamigonian's question about that notice about Soren Yeremyan. One has to wonder where from Jan Polski drew his thesis about Albania. Why, how it can be explained that he should be the author of that theory? Was it not suggested, had it not been suggested to him by some Armenian scholars at the beginning of the 20s when he visited Armenia and was in contact with Armenian scholars?
So there are no traces of archaeologists from the West doing research in the Caucasus in the 19th century in the way that, you know, all these moments of nationalist kind of efflorescence in that part of the world, in some ways are all connected to archaeological work done by some Western scholars and new discoveries of an unknown past, which usually kind of becomes a boon to discourse on nationality and nationalism later on. So you don't know of any European or American angle to this in terms of archaeological works?
I don't know.
Okay. All right. On that note, Peter, do you have any questions yourself? Any questions you want to address?
Well, the main one I had, I already posed.
Okay. So I believe we have run over time a little bit, but this is, I'm just a presenter on this panel, so I will, when Peter is ready to call the panel adjourned, I can just tell you a little bit about tomorrow and what we will expect to learn tomorrow. So without any further ado, I take it, Peter, you are in agreement that we are
absolutely. Yes, by all means.
Long enough day. I'd like to thank all the participants in taking the time to be present and for the stimulating talks. Hopefully we will generate some ideas in a collaboration one day in the future. And I wanted to, in addition to thanking you all, and Hasmig, of course, I wanted to also thank the audience members and to remind the audience members that we will be bringing this session to a close right now. We will be coming back tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, if I'm not mistaken, at the very same place, same address, same link, if I'm not mistaken, to have a couple of sessions tomorrow, at the very least, maybe more than that. Let me see. There's a session, there's a panel number 3 tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. chaired by Hagop Gulujan and dealing with monuments and monument destruction, preservation, etc. in the Caucasus in general. And then there will be one additional panel on national histories and historians in the Caucasus involving and covering Georgia, Azerbaijan and Armenia, with our chair for tomorrow, who will be Melissa Bilal, and our discussant, Mikhail Mamedov, will be the discussant for tomorrow's session. I wanted to tell you that, unfortunately, Artyom Tonoyan will not be able to present a paper tomorrow due to unexpected developments. But we hope to see all of you here tomorrow at 9 o'clock to continue this discussion and have more time for questions, perhaps. Thank you all for being here, and thanks again to Hasmig and Anne and everybody else who made this possible. Thank you very much, Peter, for moderating this session, and all of you again. Thank you so much. We will see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. For 2 more sessions at least, in a roundtable discussion in the afternoon. So without further ado, thank you all. And